Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1: I live alone, always have. So when I came home to find a new chest freezer plugged in and humming in the basement, I assumed someone made a delivery error. There was no receipt, no delivery notice, no signs of forced entry. It was just there, cold, humming, and locked with a padlock. The weird part, it was chained to the floor. I called the landlord. He swore nothing had been installed. I could hear something shifting inside when I stood near it, just barely, like fabric sliding or plastic crinkling. The next morning, the padlock was gone. The freezer was empty, but there was a handprint on the inside of the lid. That handprint changed everything. Small fingers pressed against the white interior like someone had been pushing from the inside. The metal was still cold under my touch, but something about that mark made my skin crawl. I photographed it with my phone, the flash creating harsh shadows that made the print look even more desperate. I started asking questions. The neighbor across the hall mentioned seeing a delivery truck, but couldn't remember when. Maybe yesterday, maybe last week. The woman upstairs said she heard dragging sounds, but assumed I was moving furniture. Everyone had noticed something, but nobody had seen anything definitive. The building manager gave me access to security footage. Grainy black and white images showed the hallway, but the basement entrance was just out of frame. I could see people coming and going, but nothing that explained how a freezer materialized in my basement. The timestamp on the footage seemed off, jumping forward and backward without explanation. I called appliance stores in the area. None had records of deliveries to my address. The serial number on the freezer led to a manufacturer that went out of business years ago. When I ran the numbers through online databases, they came back as belonging to a unit reported stolen from a storage facility on the other side of town. The storage facility manager was nervous when I called. His voice cracked when I described the freezer, and he kept asking why I wanted to know. When I pressed him about the theft report, he hung up. I drove there anyway. The facility was run down, with broken security cameras and weeds growing through chain-link fencing. The manager wasn't there, but a maintenance worker recognized my description immediately. He said the freezer had been rented by a woman who stopped paying months ago. When they went to clean out the unit, the freezer was gone, but there were stains on the concrete floor that looked like blood. I brought samples of the stains to a friend who worked at a medical lab. She ran tests quietly off the books. The results came back positive for human blood, type O negative. She asked where I got the samples, but I couldn't explain without sounding insane. Back in my basement, I examined the freezer more carefully. The handprint was still there, but now I noticed scratches on the interior walls. Deep gouges in the plastic lining, like fingernails clawing for purchase. The scratches formed patterns, not random damage, but deliberate marks, almost like writing. I traced the scratches with my finger, feeling their depth. They spelled out letters, broken and desperate, "Help me." Below that, numbers that looked like a phone number. I dialed it with shaking hands. The phone rang once before a woman answered. Her voice was familiar, though I couldn't place it. She said she'd been waiting for my call, that she knew about the freezer. She asked me to meet her at a diner downtown, but when I arrived, no one matched her description. The waitress said a woman had been asking about me, but left when I was late. I returned home to find the freezer's position slightly changed. The chains were loose, as if someone had tried to move it. The handprint was gone, wiped clean, but new marks appeared on the exterior. dents and scratches that formed a message. She knows you found it. The police wouldn't listen when I tried to report it. They said moving a freezer wasn't a crime, and without evidence of actual wrongdoing, they couldn't investigate. The detective I spoke to seemed distracted, taking notes that he never looked at. When I mentioned the blood samples, he said the lab results weren't admissible without proper chain of custody. Days passed. I installed cameras in the basement, but they kept malfunctioning. The footage would show empty basement, then suddenly the freezer would be open, then closed again. Sometimes I appeared in the footage doing things I didn't remember, touching the freezer, cleaning it, moving items around it. I found myself spending more time in the basement, drawn to the freezer despite my fear. The humming sound was hypnotic, almost musical. I would stand there for what felt like minutes, only to realize hours had passed. My hands would be cold when I snapped back to awareness, as if I'd been touching the metal. The woman from the phone called again. This time she sounded different, scared, urgent. She said she'd made a mistake, that she shouldn't have involved me. When I asked who she was, she whispered that she was the one who left the handprint. Before I could respond, the line went dead. I checked my phone records. There was no record of incoming calls at those times. According to my call log, I had been calling the number myself, talking to my own voicemail. But I remembered the conversations clearly, her voice, her fear, her warnings. The freezer started opening by itself. I would find it ajar in the morning, the interior light casting strange shadows on the basement walls. Nothing was ever inside, but the space felt occupied somehow. The air would be colder near the opening, as if something was breathing inside. I decided to have the freezer removed, but the company said it was too heavy to move safely. The chains had somehow fused to the floor, they claimed, though I remembered them being loose before. When I tried to cut the chains myself, the metal sparked and the tools kept slipping from my grip. The maintenance worker from the storage facility appeared at my door one evening. He looked older, more tired than I remembered. He said he needed to tell me something about the woman who rented the unit. She wasn't missing like everyone thought. She had been found, but in pieces, scattered across 3 different locations. The freezer was the only thing never recovered from her storage unit. He handed me a newspaper clipping before leaving. The headline read about an unsolved murder, but when I looked at the photo of the victim, I saw my own face staring back at me. The name was different, but the features were unmistakable. According to the article, the woman had been living alone, just like me. She had been found after neighbors reported strange smells and sounds from her apartment. I ran to the basement. The freezer was open, and for the first time I could see inside clearly. There was something there, a reflection, but not of the basement around it. The interior showed a different room, one I recognized but couldn't place. In that reflection, I could see someone standing behind me, but when I turned around, the basement was empty. The handprint had returned to the lid, but now it matched my own hand perfectly. When I pressed my palm against it, the prints aligned exactly. The cold metal felt familiar under my touch, as if I'd been touching it for years. In that moment, I understood that the freezer hadn't been delivered to me. I had delivered it to myself. Crime 2, I was looking for my suitcase in the attic of the new place I just moved into. The previous tenant had left behind a few things, mostly junk, but in the back corner behind the insulation I discovered a hidden door. Inside was a closet filled with identical black coats, all zipped and hung in perfect symmetry. They were labeled, each tag handwritten with strange symbols I couldn't translate. Under the coats were boxes filled with Polaroids, each showing someone wearing the coats. Some of the faces were bruised, some were looking directly into the lens. One of them was mine, taken from behind. The photograph showed me standing in what looked like my own kitchen, wearing one of those black coats. My hair was shorter than it is now, and there was something about my posture that seemed wrong. I couldn't remember ever owning a coat like that, let alone wearing one while someone photographed me from behind. I counted the coats, 17. Each one appeared to be the same size, same material, same everything. The fabric felt expensive between my fingers, smooth and cold. The zippers all moved with mechanical precision, as if they'd been maintained religiously. Each coat had that same handwritten tag with symbols that looked almost like letters but weren't from any alphabet I recognized. The boxes contained hundreds of Polaroids. I spread them across the attic floor, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Different people, different locations, but always the same black coat. Some subjects stood in what appeared to be their own homes. Others were photographed in public spaces. A few seemed to be taken in basements or garages. The lighting varied, but the coat remained constant. What disturbed me most wasn't the bruising on some faces or the terrified expressions on others. It was how many of the subjects seemed completely unaware they were being photographed. They were going about normal activities while wearing these coats, as if this was perfectly natural behavior. I found more photographs of myself scattered throughout the collection. In one, I was loading groceries into a car I didn't recognize. In another, I appeared to be having a conversation with someone just outside the frame. In every single image, I wore that same black coat, and in every single image, I looked completely comfortable wearing it. The landlord had given me the previous tenant's forwarding information when I signed the lease, a post office box in the next town over. I decided to drive there, bringing one of the coats with me. The postal worker behind the counter recognized the box number immediately. "That box hasn't been checked in months," she told me. "The person who rented it was quiet, always wore a black coat even in summer, paid in cash, never said much." I asked if she remembered what the person looked like. Her description was vague enough to describe almost anyone, but specific enough to make me uncomfortable. The height was right, the build was right, even the way she described their walk sounded familiar. Back home, I searched through the previous tenant's other belongings more carefully. In a shoebox under the stairs, I found receipts for photo development services, always paid in cash. The dates on the receipts went back years. Mixed in with the receipts were business cards for people I'd never heard of, but whose addresses I recognized. My old apartment building, my previous workplace, the coffee shop I used to visit every morning before work. I called the photo development place. The woman who answered remembered the regular customer who always brought in rolls of film featuring people in black coats. She said they always paid cash and never left a name, but they were very particular about the quality of the prints. They always requested extra copies of certain photographs, especially ones that showed the subjects from behind. That evening I tried on one of the coats. It fit perfectly. Not just the size, but the way it hung on my shoulders, the way the sleeves fell to exactly the right length on my arms. It felt like clothing I'd worn 1,000 times before. Looking at myself in the mirror while wearing it, I understood why I looked so comfortable in those photographs. I found a journal hidden in the coat's inner pocket. The handwriting was mine, but I didn't remember writing any of the entries. They described following people, learning their routines, documenting their daily lives. The entries were detailed, methodical, and signed with symbols that matched the tags on the coats. The final entry was dated the day before I moved into this apartment. It described watching someone load boxes into a moving truck, noting how they seemed nervous about leaving their old place behind. It mentioned how this person would be perfect for the collection, how they already owned several black coats and wouldn't notice one more. The writing described me with the same clinical detachment I'd seen applied to everyone else in those photographs. It mentioned my work schedule, my grocery shopping habits, the route I took when walking my dog. It knew things about me that I'd never told anyone. I checked my closet downstairs. Among my regular clothes hung a black coat identical to the ones in the attic. I'd been wearing it for months without really thinking about it. According to the receipt I found in its pocket, I'd purchased it the week before I moved to this apartment. I couldn't remember buying it. The last photograph in the collection showed someone taking pictures of me while I explored the hidden closet. The angle suggested the photographer was standing in the attic doorway, documenting my discovery just as they documented everything else. The person in that photograph looked surprised and confused, exactly how I'd felt when I first found those coats. But they were also wearing one of the black coats, just as I was wearing one now while writing this all down. I don't know if I'm the previous tenant who never actually left, or if I'm the next person in line to continue something I don't fully understand. The journal entries in my handwriting suggest I already know the answer to that question, even if I can't remember writing them. The coats are still hanging in the closet, 17 identical black coats, each with its handwritten tag, each waiting for someone to wear it while their picture gets taken. I've started a new journal documenting the daily routines of my neighbors. The handwriting looks exactly like the entries I found, but this time I remember writing every word. Crime 3, I was editing audio from my field recorder, reviewing ambient sound from a documentary shoot. As I scrubbed through a segment near a wooded trail, I noticed a faint static hum. I almost deleted it, but then realized the static had rhythm like speech buried beneath distortion. I enhanced it, filtered it, and finally heard the words, "You're too close, stop digging." I hadn't told anyone what I was working on. I hadn't shared the footage yet. I went back to the trail the next day to double check. My recorder had been crushed into the dirt, and something had carved that same phrase into a nearby tree. The documentary was supposed to be simple. A missing person case that went cold decades ago. A young woman who vanished after her shift at a local diner, leaving behind only her car parked at the edge of the woods. The police file was thin, interviews sparse. Her family had stopped talking to reporters years ago. But I kept finding inconsistencies. The diner owner claimed she left through the back door, but the security footage showed her walking toward the front. The last customer to see her said she seemed nervous, checking her phone constantly, yet her phone records showed no calls that entire day. The more I dug, the more these small contradictions accumulated like dust in corners nobody bothered to clean. I started visiting places she might have gone. The trail where I found the carved message was mentioned in one witness statement. A jogger thought he saw someone matching her description walking there around sunset. But when I checked with the police, that testimony had been dismissed as unreliable. The audio equipment failure bothered me more than it should have. Professional recorders don't just get crushed unless someone wants them crushed. I bought a replacement and went back, recording everything again. This time I brought backup batteries and checked the area more carefully. That's when I found the foundation. Hidden beneath years of overgrowth, concrete blocks formed the outline of what might have been a small structure. A hunting cabin, maybe, or a storage shed. The vegetation had grown over it deliberately. Someone had planted fast-growing shrubs to hide it. I could tell because they were all the same species, planted in rows. I started asking around about who owned this section of woods. The land records were confusing. Ownership passed between several entities over the years. but one name kept appearing as a witness on various transfers. Someone who seemed to be present every time this particular plot changed hands. The same person who owned the diner where she worked. I went back to interview him again, this time with different questions. He was friendly, almost too helpful. Offered me coffee, showed me old photographs of the restaurant, talked about how the disappearance had affected business. But his hands shook when he poured the coffee, and he kept glancing toward a back room I hadn't noticed during my first visit. The room had a different smell, something chemical mixed with dampness. When I asked about it, he said it was just cleaning supplies for the restaurant equipment. But the diner had been closed for renovations during the week she disappeared. Why would he need industrial cleaners if no food was being prepared? I requested the renovation permits. They were filed 3 days after she went missing. Emergency repairs to the foundation, according to the paperwork. But the contractor listed on the permit didn't exist, I checked. The business license was fake. The address led to an empty lot. The coffee mug he gave me had lipstick stains that weren't mine. Dark red, slightly smudged, as if someone had been interrupted while drinking. When I mentioned it, he quickly took the mug away and washed it. His explanation came too fast. He'd had other visitors that morning, probably from one of them. But I was his first visitor. I'd been waiting outside when he unlocked the doors. I started having the feeling I was being watched, not paranoia, actual observation. Cars that appeared in my rearview mirror too often. Phone calls that ended when I answered. My own equipment acting strangely, batteries draining faster than normal, recordings that contained sounds I didn't remember capturing. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A former employee of the diner contacted me after seeing a post I'd made online. She'd worked there during the renovations, helping with cleanup. She remembered finding something disturbing in the basement, personal items that didn't belong to the owner. Women's jewelry, clothing, small trinkets. When she asked about them, she was told they were donations for charity. But charity organizations don't accept used underwear and broken necklaces. She'd taken photos before the items were disposed of. In those photos, I recognized a bracelet described in the missing person report, something the family had specifically mentioned because it was handmade, one of a kind. I confronted the diner owner with the photographs. His reaction wasn't denial, it was resignation, like someone who'd been waiting for this conversation for years. He asked me to sit down, offered me something to drink. I declined. He told me a story about accidents and misunderstandings, about a young woman who'd threatened to expose something that would ruin him, about panic and poor decisions made in moments of fear, about how sometimes covering up one mistake leads to bigger mistakes. But his story had the same problem as everything else in this case. The details didn't align. If it had been an accident, why the fake renovation permits? Why the hidden foundation in the woods? Why were there other women's belongings mixed in with hers? I left without finishing the interview. That night someone broke into my apartment. Nothing was stolen, but my files had been searched. Photographs were missing from my bulletin board. My backup drives were gone. The next morning I received a call from a police detective I'd never spoken to. He wanted to discuss my investigation, suggested we meet somewhere private. His voice was familiar, though I couldn't place it. When I asked how he'd gotten my number, he said it was in the original case file. But I'd never given my contact information to anyone connected to the official investigation. I realized then that I'd stumbled into something larger than one missing person. The foundation in the woods, the fake business licenses, the multiple women's belongings, They painted a picture of systematic concealment spanning years. The static in my original recording hadn't been random interference. It had been a warning from someone who knew what I was getting close to, someone who'd been watching me document evidence they thought was buried forever. I stopped returning phone calls, stopped publishing updates about my documentary, started sleeping in different places, using different routes to get around town, because I understood now that the question wasn't just what happened to her. It was how many others there had been, and whether I would become the next person someone would make a documentary about. Crime 4, it was a long night and I flagged down the only cab I saw. The driver didn't say a word, just nodded and started moving. I realized I hadn't given him my address. I thought maybe he recognized me, but I'd never used that company before. As we drove, the route was exactly what I would have taken, street by street, perfect turns, but we passed my house. Then we passed it again. The third time I saw someone standing in the window. It was me. Or someone who looked just like me, staring out, not blinking. The cab stopped. The locks clicked shut. The smell hit me first when I woke up in my own bed the next morning. Coffee, but not the kind I drink. Darker, bitter, with that metallic edge that clings to your throat. My head felt heavy, like swimming through thick syrup, and my clothes from the night before were folded neatly on the chair. Too neatly. I never fold anything. I stumbled to the kitchen, trying to piece together how I'd gotten home. The coffee maker was still warm, though I distinctly remembered it being broken for weeks. Steam rose from a full pot, and beside it sat a receipt I'd never seen before. Taxi fare, paid in cash. The timestamp showed 3 hours after I'd supposedly gotten in that cab. My phone buzzed, a text from my sister asking if I was feeling better after our conversation last night. We hadn't spoken in months. The receipt felt wrong in my hands, too smooth, like it had been handled carefully. I called the taxi company. The dispatcher's voice was tired, mechanical, but when I described the car and gave him the receipt number, he went quiet. The line crackled with static before he spoke again. That cab had been out of service for 2 weeks. Accident, he said. Driver was in the hospital. I drove to the hospital that afternoon, though something in my chest told me not to. The driver was awake, staring at the ceiling with eyes that seemed too bright for someone who'd been in an accident. When I introduced myself, he turned his head slowly, studying my face like he was trying to remember something important. His voice was barely a whisper when he spoke. He remembered picking me up, he said, but not me exactly. Someone who looked like me, talked like me, but different somehow. Wrong, he kept saying. The word hung in the air between us like smoke. He'd been driving for 30 years, never had an accident, but that night something made him lose control. He kept looking in the rearview mirror, he said, watching his passenger, and the person kept changing. Subtle things, the way they held their hands. The rhythm of their breathing. I left the hospital with more questions than answers, but it was the photograph on his bedside table that stayed with me. A Polaroid of his cab, taken the day before the accident. In the back seat, barely visible through the tinted window, was a shadow that looked remarkably like a person, like me. Back home, I started going through my things systematically. Clothes that didn't quite fit the way they used to. Books with margins filled in handwriting that looked like mine but felt foreign. A journal I didn't remember keeping, filled with entries about places I'd never been, conversations I'd never had. The entries were detailed, intimate, written in my hand, but describing a life that wasn't mine. The coffee maker kept turning itself on. Always that same bitter brew, always still warm when I found it. I started staying awake, watching, waiting to catch whoever was making it. But exhaustion would take me, and I'd wake to the smell and the warmth and the growing certainty that I wasn't alone in my own life. One entry in the journal mentioned a storage unit. I'd never rented storage, but the key was in my junk drawer, exactly where the journal said it would be. The unit was across town, in a facility I'd driven past countless times but never noticed. The attendant nodded like he knew me, asked how the project was going. I smiled and nodded back, playing along. Inside the unit were boxes of photographs, hundreds of them. All of me but not me. Same face, same build, but in situations I'd never been in with people I'd never met. Birthday parties, graduations, vacations. A whole life documented in careful detail. At the bottom of the last box was a medical bracelet with a name I didn't recognize, though the birthday engraved on it was mine. The photographs were dated going back years. In the earliest ones, the differences were subtle. A different haircut, clothes I wouldn't wear, but recognizably me. As the dates progressed, the person in the picture seemed to grow more confident, more comfortable in my skin than I'd ever been. In the most recent photos, taken just weeks ago, they were living a life I'd only dreamed of. I confronted my sister about the conversation she'd mentioned. She insisted we'd talked for hours, that I'd sounded happier than I had in years, more like myself. When I pressed her for details, she described opinions I'd expressed, stories I'd told, plans I'd made. None of it was familiar, but all of it sounded like something I would say if I were braver, more decisive, more the person I wished I could be. The taxi company called me back. They'd found security footage from the night in question. The quality was poor, they said, but they could make out two people getting into the cab, one getting out. They wanted to know if I'd been traveling with someone, if there had been any kind of incident. I told them I'd been alone, but even as I said it, I wasn't sure anymore. That night I sat in my living room with all the lights on, waiting. The coffee maker stayed silent. The house felt different, lighter somehow, like a held breath finally released. But the feeling of being watched never left, and I realized it wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from within, from the growing certainty that somewhere out there, someone was living my life better than I ever could. The last entry in the journal was dated yesterday, though I had no memory of writing it. It thanked me for being so easy to replace, so forgettable that no one had noticed the difference. It mentioned plans, a new city, a fresh start. At the bottom, in handwriting that was definitely mine, were the words, "Some people are meant to be lived by others." I'm still here, still in my house, still making my own coffee. But sometimes I catch myself in the mirror and wonder if I'm the one who stayed or if I'm the one who left. The photographs in the storage unit are gone now. The key returned to a drawer I don't remember putting it in. The journal sits on my nightstand, its pages blank except for that final entry. And sometimes, late at night, I get the strangest feeling that somewhere across town, someone who looks exactly like me is sleeping better than I ever have, living the life I was always too afraid to claim for myself. Crime 5. After moving into the duplex, I noticed something strange in the living room. When I spoke, I sometimes heard faint whispers following my words. At first, I thought it was an echo, but it wasn't delayed, it was simultaneous, like someone else was trying to speak along with me. I put my ear to the wall. The voice wasn't behind it, it was inside it. I tested it. I said a made-up phrase, something nonsensical. The voice repeated it perfectly. I set up a recorder. In the playback, I heard my own voice and then a second one. It whispered something different, something I hadn't said. It knew my name. The previous tenant had left behind a box of documents in the basement. I'd been meaning to dispose of them, but something made me reconsider. Inside, I found rental agreements, utility bills, and a thick folder marked medical records. The handwriting was erratic, words scratched out and rewritten. The final entry was dated just weeks before I moved in. It mentioned hearing problems, auditory hallucinations, and something about wall conversations becoming clearer. I contacted the landlord. He seemed uncomfortable when I mentioned the voice. He said the previous tenant had been a quiet person, lived alone, paid rent on time. When I pressed about why they moved out so suddenly, he claimed they had family issues. His voice carried the same hesitation I'd heard in my own recordings. The voice only appeared when I was alone. It would whisper my thoughts back to me, sometimes before I'd even spoken them aloud. I started keeping a journal, documenting every occurrence. The pattern was unsettling. The voice knew details about my daily routine, my work calls, even conversations I'd had outside the house. It was as if someone had been studying me, learning my habits. I found old photographs tucked between the medical records. They showed the interior of my duplex, but from angles that seemed impossible. Pictures taken from inside the walls themselves. The previous tenant's face appeared in several shots, always positioned near the living room wall, ear pressed against the surface, eyes wide with concentration. The building was old, constructed decades ago with peculiar architectural choices. Narrow spaces ran between the walls, originally designed for utilities, but large enough for a person to navigate. I discovered access panels hidden behind furniture the previous tenant had strategically placed. The panels opened into a network of passages that connected both sides of the duplex. My neighbor on the other side was an elderly person who rarely left the house. I'd seen them only briefly, always wearing thick glasses and moving with deliberate slowness. When I finally knocked on their door, they answered with suspicion. Their living room was a mirror image of mine, but the wall we shared was covered with acoustic equipment. Microphones, speakers, recording devices, all pointed toward my side. They explained it started as a hearing aid issue. The devices were meant to amplify sound from their television, but they picked up conversations from my side instead. At first they tried to ignore it, but the voices became clearer, more intimate. They began recording them, studying the patterns, learning about the person next door. The previous tenant had discovered this and confronted them. An argument ensued. The old person's hands shook as they showed me boxes of recordings, hours of conversations, phone calls, even my sleep talking. They claimed it was accidental, that they couldn't control what the equipment picked up, but the timestamps showed intentional recording sessions scheduled around my daily routine. They had been listening for months, long before I moved in. I learned the previous tenant had installed their own listening devices, turning the surveillance into a two-way system. They had been recording the neighbor just as intently. The wall had become a battleground of sounds, each side trying to gather information about the other. The medical records mentioned paranoia, but they also detailed very real evidence of being monitored. The voice I heard wasn't supernatural, it was playback. The neighbor had been replaying my own words through hidden speakers embedded in the shared wall. The simultaneous whispers were delayed by milliseconds, creating the illusion of real-time repetition. The system had been running automatically, triggered by sound levels in my room. When I confronted them with this discovery, they became defensive. They insisted the previous tenant had been doing the same thing, that it was self-defense. They showed me recordings of the previous tenant's voice, angry and threatening, demanding the surveillance stop. The final recording was different. The previous tenant's voice was calm, almost resigned. They said they were leaving, but they would make sure someone knew what was happening. I found a letter the previous tenant had written but never sent. It was addressed to the authorities, detailing the neighbors' surveillance and their own retaliatory recordings. The letter described feeling trapped, constantly watched, unable to have privacy in their own home. It mentioned setting up their own recording system to document the harassment, but also admitted to becoming obsessed with monitoring the neighbor in return. The most disturbing discovery was a hidden camera the previous tenant had installed, pointing directly at the neighbor's living room through a tiny hole in the wall. The footage showed the elderly person's daily routine, but also captured them listening to recordings of the previous tenant's private conversations while laughing quietly. The timestamps revealed this had been happening for years, not months. I realized both sides had been victims and perpetrators. The surveillance had created a cycle of paranoia and retaliation that consumed both neighbors. The previous tenant hadn't moved away due to family issues. They had fled because the situation had become unbearable, but not before ensuring their replacement would discover the truth. The recordings contained conversations I'd never had, words attributed to me that I'd never spoken. The neighbor had been creating false recordings, editing together phrases to construct fictional conversations. Some recordings made me sound threatening, others showed me apparently planning things I'd never considered. The evidence of my own voice saying things I couldn't remember was deeply unsettling. I contacted the authorities, but the case was complex. Both neighbors had violated each other's privacy. The evidence was contradictory, with recordings that could have been manipulated. The previous tenant was unreachable, having left no forwarding address. The elderly neighbor claimed they were the victim, that everything was defensive. Without clear proof of who started the surveillance, the case remained unresolved. The voice still whispers sometimes. I've dismantled the obvious equipment, but the building structure makes complete elimination impossible. I've learned to live with the knowledge that privacy is an illusion in this place. The previous tenant's letter ended with a warning. The person who moves in next will face the same choice. Become a victim, become a perpetrator, or find a way to escape the cycle entirely. I've started making my own recordings now, documenting everything for the next person who will inevitably replace me. The voice in the wall has taught me that in some places, the line between victim and perpetrator disappears entirely. Sometimes, the only way to protect yourself is to become what you fear most. Crime 6, I keep my phone face down at night, always. One morning I found the gallery filled with new photos, blurry, angled shots of my room. Me in bed, me slightly shifted, me with one eye half open. I thought maybe I had rolled over on it, triggered the camera. But some of the images were taken from high up, like from the ceiling corner. There's nothing up there, no shelves, no ledges. I checked the metadata. The photos weren't just from last night. They spanned 3 weeks. I'd never noticed. And the last one wasn't blurry. It was crystal clear. Someone was standing over me, grinning. The face in that final image wasn't unfamiliar. I recognized the features, though distorted by shadows and that unsettling smile. It belonged to someone I trusted, someone who had access to my home. The realization hit me like cold water, but I forced myself to think rationally. Digital manipulation was possible. Anyone could have doctored these images. Yet the metadata seemed genuine, the timestamps consistent with my sleep patterns. I started documenting everything. Every detail of my routine, every person who had been in my apartment recently, the maintenance worker who fixed my heater, the neighbor who borrowed sugar, my partner who stayed over weekends. Each face became a suspect in my mind, each interaction suddenly suspicious. The more I analyzed the photos, the more questions emerged. Why hadn't I heard anything? My bedroom door creaks loudly when opened. The floorboards announce every footstep. I'm a light sleeper, always have been. The idea that someone could enter my room, position themselves above me, take photos, and leave without waking me seemed impossible. I installed a security camera in my bedroom, hidden behind a picture frame. For a week, nothing happened. The phone remained silent, the gallery unchanged. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, if stress had finally gotten to me. Then, on the 8th night, the camera captured something that made my blood freeze. The footage showed me alone in bed, completely motionless. Around what must have been midnight, my phone's camera flash illuminated the room in brief, stark bursts, but I wasn't touching the device. It lay on the nightstand, face down as always, yet somehow impossibly it was taking photos. The flash fired again and again, each burst revealing my sleeping form from different angles, as if the phone itself was moving, floating, capturing shots from positions no human hand could reach. I watched the recording over and over, searching for wires, mirrors, anything that could explain what I was seeing. The phone appeared to hover, rotating slowly around my bed, documenting my vulnerability with mechanical precision. When the flashing stopped, the device settled back onto the nightstand, exactly where I had placed it. The next morning brought more photos. This time they included images of the security camera itself, taken from behind the picture frame where I had hidden it. Someone knew I was watching. Someone was watching me watch them. I began carrying the phone with me everywhere, never letting it out of my sight. But even when it was in my pocket, in my hand, pressed against my chest, new photos would appear. Images of my apartment when I wasn't home. Pictures of my workplace, my car, places I hadn't been in days. The timestamps made no sense. According to the metadata, some photos were taken while I was holding the device, yet they showed locations I had never visited. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake, staring at the phone, waiting for the flash that never came while I was conscious. Only when exhaustion finally claimed me would the device spring to life, capturing moments I couldn't remember, places I couldn't have been. I started researching similar cases online, diving deep into forums and police reports. The stories I found were all the same. Phones taking photos without permission, images appearing from impossible angles, people slowly driven to paranoia by their own devices. But every case ended the same way. The victims would simply disappear, their last known location tracked to places they had never been, their final photos showing empty rooms and abandoned buildings. The pattern was becoming clear. The photos weren't random. They were leading somewhere, guiding me toward a destination I couldn't yet identify. Each new image contained subtle clues, street signs partially visible, architectural details that formed a breadcrumb trail. Someone wanted me to follow, to understand, to make a choice. I found the building in the latest batch of photos. An old warehouse on the outskirts of town, its windows boarded up, its parking lot cracked and overgrown. The metadata indicated the photos were taken recently, but I had never been there. I had never even seen the place before finding it in my gallery. Standing outside the warehouse, I felt the phone vibrate in my pocket. New photos were being taken in real time, capturing my approach, my hesitation, my growing fear. The device was documenting my arrival, adding my story to whatever collection was being assembled inside those walls. The front door was unlocked. The smell hit me immediately, not decay or neglect, but something antiseptic, clinical. The interior had been converted into a vast server room, walls lined with blinking equipment and screens displaying endless streams of data. Faces filled the monitors, all sleeping, all unaware they were being watched. Thousands of people, all with phones, all being documented in their most vulnerable moments. At the center of it all sat a figure I recognized from the photos. Not the grinning face that had haunted my nights, but the maintenance worker who had fixed my heater weeks ago. He looked up as I entered, unsurprised by my presence, almost relieved. He explained it all with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather, the network of infected devices, the sleep monitoring, the behavioral analysis. People were so dependent on their phones, so willing to ignore the obvious signs of intrusion. A few missing hours here, some unexplained battery drain there. Nobody ever questioned their devices until it was too late. The photos weren't evidence of a crime, he said. They were the crime itself. Each image was a violation, a theft of privacy so complete that victims became complicit in their own surveillance. By carrying the phones, by sleeping beside them, by trusting them with the most intimate moments of their lives, people were volunteering to be studied, catalogued, and ultimately controlled. He offered me a choice. I could leave, delete the photos, pretend none of this had happened, but the phone would keep taking pictures. The network would keep expanding. More people would find themselves documented without consent, their trust betrayed by the devices they couldn't live without. Or I could stay, I could help, I could become part of the system that was already recording everything anyway. At least then I would know who was watching and why. I looked at the screens, at all those sleeping faces, at the endless stream of data flowing through cables and circuits. My phone buzzed again, another photo. This one showed me standing in the server room, faced with an impossible decision, captured forever in digital amber. The choice should have been easy, but as I stood there, surrounded by the evidence of what we had all become, I realized the hardest truth of all. We had already chosen. Every time we upgraded our devices, accepted new terms of service, or ignored the small signs that something wasn't right, we had chosen. The photos were just proof of what we had already agreed to give away. I'm still here in the warehouse among the servers and screens. My phone sits on the desk beside me, face down as always. It doesn't take photos anymore. It doesn't need to. I'm the one taking them now, documenting the dreams of strangers, adding to the collection that grows larger every night. Sometimes I wonder if the other faces on the screens know what's happening to them. Do they feel watched? Do they check their galleries looking for evidence of intrusion? Or do they, like I once did, explain away the signs and trust their devices to keep them safe? The maintenance worker was right about one thing. People see what they want to see, believe what they need to believe. Even when the truth is staring back at them from their own camera roll, they find ways to rationalize it, to make it acceptable, to live with the compromise. I tell myself I'm protecting them, that by being here, by knowing what's happening, I'm somehow making it better. But late at night, when the servers hum and the screens flicker with new faces, I know the real truth. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just another person who couldn't handle the weight of what their phone was trying to tell them. The photos never lie. They just show us what we already know but refuse to accept. And now, from this side of the camera, I understand why the figure in my final photo was grinning. It wasn't malice. It was recognition. The smile of someone who had finally stopped pretending they didn't know they were being watched. Crime 7, I was flipping my mattress when I noticed something strange about the frame. It was heavier than usual. I lifted it and there was a small slit in the bottom fabric. A voice screamed, not a dream, not a hallucination, a full muffled scream. I dropped the mattress and backed away. I waited, nothing. I opened it with scissors, nothing inside, but the screaming came back that night, louder, and it called my name. I dragged the mattress to the curb, but the next day it was back in my bedroom. With new stitching. The maintenance man from my building had a key, that much I knew. He was the only one who could have moved it back while I was at work. When I confronted him in the basement laundry room, his hands were stained with something dark. He claimed it was engine oil from fixing the boiler, but the smell was different, metallic, sweet in a way that made my stomach turn. He avoided my eyes when I asked about the mattress, said he found it blocking the dumpster and thought I'd made a mistake throwing it away. His voice had this nervous tremor, like someone trying too hard to sound casual. I noticed his fingernails were bitten down to the quick, and there were fresh scratches on his forearms. That evening I started going through my lease agreement and building records. The previous tenant had left suddenly, according to the landlord. No forwarding address, no explanation. just packed up one morning and disappeared, leaving behind furniture and personal items. The mattress had been part of what stayed behind. I found myself lying awake, listening. The building settled around me with its usual creaks and groans, but underneath those familiar sounds I could swear I heard something else. A rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming against wood. Sometimes it seemed to come from the walls, sometimes from beneath the floor. The next day I visited the local police station. The officer behind the desk looked tired, uninterested. Missing persons cases were common, he explained. People moved away all the time without telling anyone. Unless there was evidence of foul play, there wasn't much they could do. He took down my information anyway, but I could tell it would go nowhere. I started keeping a journal, documenting every strange occurrence. The tapping sounds, the way my belongings seemed to shift positions while I was out, the persistent smell of something rotting that the building superintendent insisted wasn't there. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the nights wore on. Sleep became impossible. I'd catch myself staring at the mattress for hours, waiting for something to happen. The stitching along the bottom edge was definitely new, done with thick black thread that didn't match the original fabric. Whoever had sewn it shut knew what they were doing. The stitches were small, precise, professional. I began researching the building's history online. Built in the 70s, it had changed hands multiple times. One article mentioned a renovation project that had been abruptly abandoned after workers complained about strange sounds coming from within the walls. Another brief news item referenced a tenant who had reported harassment before vanishing without a trace. The maintenance man started avoiding me entirely. When I tried to corner him again, he claimed he was too busy to talk. But I noticed he always seemed to be watching my apartment from across the courtyard. His silhouette would appear in the basement window when I came home from work, disappearing the moment he saw me looking back. I decided to examine the mattress more thoroughly. Using a flashlight, I inspected every inch of the fabric. In one corner, barely visible, I found a small stain that had been carefully bleached but not completely removed. Under the harsh light, I could make out what looked like letters scratched into the wood of the bed frame itself. They were faint, as if someone had used their fingernails to carve them in desperation. The letters spelled out, "Help me." My blood went cold. I ran my fingers over the scratches, feeling their depth, their urgency. This wasn't some prank or coincidence. Someone had been trapped, had tried to leave a message. The mattress hadn't just been restitched to hide evidence, it had been a prison. I called the police again, this time demanding they take me seriously. The same tired officer listened to my story with obvious skepticism. He agreed to send someone to look at the mattress, but warned me that old furniture often had mysterious stains and marks. People carved initials into things all the time. The detective who showed up was younger, more attentive. She photographed the scratches and the stitching, took samples of the stain. Her questions were pointed, professional. Had I known the previous tenant? Had anyone else had access to my apartment? Did I have any reason to believe someone might want to harm me? I realized I didn't have answers to any of these questions. I was a stranger in this building, in this neighborhood. The faces I passed in the hallway were anonymous. Anyone could have been involved. Anyone could have been watching me piece together their secret. Days passed without word from the police. I started sleeping on the couch, unable to bear being in the same room as the mattress. But even from the living room, I could hear those sounds, the tapping, the muffled voices, the scraping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. One morning I woke to find a note slipped under my door. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. "Stop looking or you'll end up like the others." No signature, no return address, just a warning that confirmed everything I'd begun to suspect. The building superintendent claimed he knew nothing about the note, said anyone could have gotten into the building, the security was terrible, locks were old, people left doors propped open all the time. His explanations were too quick, too rehearsed. He kept looking past me while he talked, as if expecting someone else to appear. I hired a private investigator, someone who specialized in missing persons cases. She was expensive but thorough. Within a week, she'd uncovered a pattern I'd missed. 3 tenants from this building had disappeared over the past 5 years. All single women, all living alone, all gone without explanation. The police had investigated the first disappearance, she told me, but found no evidence of wrongdoing. The second case barely got a report filed. By the third, nobody was even pretending to look. Missing adults were assumed to have left voluntarily unless proven otherwise, and proof was nearly impossible to find. She showed me photographs of the missing women. They looked ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of people who could vanish without anyone important noticing. Like me. The realization hit like ice water in my veins. I confronted the maintenance man one final time, backing him into a corner near the building's storage room. This time he didn't try to make excuses. His eyes went flat, emotionless. He asked me why I couldn't just mind my own business like everyone else, why I had to keep digging into things that didn't concern me. The way he said it made my skin crawl. There was ownership in his voice, as if the building and everyone in it belonged to him, as if the missing women had been his property to dispose of as he saw fit. I left that conversation knowing I was in immediate danger, but I also knew that running away would only ensure the pattern continued. Someone else would move into my apartment, someone else would sleep on that mattress, someone else would become another forgotten victim. The detective I'd hired agreed to help me set up surveillance equipment, hidden cameras, audio recording devices, motion sensors that would trigger alerts on my phone. If something happened to me, there would be evidence this time, proof that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. But as I sit here now, typing this account into my laptop, I realize how naive that hope was. The maintenance man has keys to every apartment. The building superintendent has access to everything. The police have already decided these cases aren't worth their time. The tapping sounds have started again, closer than ever before. I can smell something chemical seeping through the walls, something meant to make me sleepy, compliant. My vision is starting to blur at the edges. The mattress is still there, waiting. The stitching along the bottom has been opened again, revealing a hollow space just large enough for a person. Just the right size for someone who asked too many questions, who couldn't leave well enough alone. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. I don't know if the evidence I've gathered will matter to anyone who finds it. But I know that somewhere in this building, in the walls or the basement or hidden behind false panels, there are answers to questions nobody wanted to ask. The screaming I heard wasn't coming from the mattress. It was coming from the people who came before me, who discovered the same truth I've discovered. Their voices are still here, still trying to warn anyone who will listen. But now the footsteps in the hallway have stopped outside my door. The key is turning in the lock, and I finally understand why the mattress came back, why it will always come back. Some secrets are too valuable to throw away. Crime 8 at the DMV. I was renewing my license when the clerk pulled up my file and frowned. She asked me to wait. A man in a dark jacket came out from the back and handed me a document, my birth certificate, but it was worn, faded, and the edges were burned. I told him I didn't bring it. He nodded. "We know." I demanded to see who submitted it. He showed me a signature that looked like mine but wasn't. The original, clean version of my birth certificate vanished from their system. According to them, I had already been declared deceased 2 years ago. The fluorescent lights hummed above me as I stared at the document in my hands. The paper felt different than I remembered, thicker somehow. The smell of old coffee and bureaucratic indifference filled the air, but underneath it was something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. The clerk's fingers drummed against her desk, a nervous rhythm that matched my accelerating heartbeat. I asked to speak with a supervisor. The woman who emerged from the back office had tired eyes and spoke in measured tones. She explained that someone had filed a death certificate in my name. The signature matched the one on the burned birth certificate. She pulled up records on her screen, and I watched my life disappear line by line. Social Security benefits terminated, bank accounts flagged, insurance policies paid out to a beneficiary I didn't recognize. The supervisor handed me a photocopy of the death certificate. Natural causes, it read. The date was from 2 years ago, during what I remembered as an ordinary Tuesday. I had been at work, answering phones, filing papers, living. The attending physician's signature was illegible, but the hospital listed was one I'd never visited. The funeral home that handled my remains had an address that led to an empty lot. I drove home through streets that suddenly felt foreign. My apartment building looked the same, but the mailbox next to mine had a different name now. The elderly neighbor who used to nod at me in the hallway avoided my eyes. I climbed the stairs, each step echoing differently than before, as if the building itself knew something I didn't. Inside my apartment, I began pulling out documents. Birth certificate, social security card, passport. Everything seemed authentic, but doubt crept in like cold air through a crack. I held them up to the light, searching for signs of forgery. The watermarks looked right, but my hands shook as I compared signatures. Had I always signed my name with that particular loop? Did the R in my middle name always slant that way? My laptop revealed more disturbing truths. Online, I barely existed. Social media accounts suspended. Email addresses deactivated, credit cards canceled for suspicious activity. The digital footprint of my life had been systematically erased while I slept, worked, breathed, unaware that someone was stealing my existence piece by piece. I called the hospital listed on the death certificate. The receptionist put me on hold, and the waiting music was a tinny version of a song I couldn't name. When she returned, her voice was cautious. They had no record of treating anyone with my name. No death certificate had been issued from their facility. The doctor whose signature appeared on the document had never worked there. The funeral home was next. The director who answered the phone sounded genuinely confused. He checked his records twice, then 3 times. No services had been performed for anyone with my name. The signature on the death certificate wasn't from anyone in their organization. But when I asked about the address on the document, his voice changed. That location, he said quietly, had been the site of another funeral home that burned down 3 years ago. The owner had died in a fire. I spent the evening searching through old mail, looking for clues I might have missed, bills that had been paid by someone else, letters addressed to me but never opened, bank statements showing transactions I didn't remember making. The pattern was subtle but unmistakable. Someone had been managing my life from the shadows, preparing for the moment when they would need me to disappear completely. The next morning I returned to the DMV with a folder full of documents. The same clerk was there, but she looked at me differently now, like I was a problem she hoped would go away. I spread everything across her desk and demanded answers. She called the supervisor, who studied each paper with growing concern. The birth certificate with burned edges had been submitted by mail, she explained. The return address led to a post office box that had been closed for over a year. We examined the signature again under better lighting. It was close to mine, but the pressure was different. The pen strokes revealed hesitation where mine would have been confident. Someone had practiced writing my name, but they hadn't quite captured the muscle memory that makes each signature unique. The realization made my skin crawl. How long had they been watching me? How many times had they practiced until they felt ready? The supervisor made phone calls while I waited. Social Security, the State Vital Records Office, federal databases. Each conversation revealed new inconsistencies. My birth had been recorded twice, once legitimately and once with subtle differences in the details. My death had been registered in multiple states with varying causes and dates. Someone had created a paper trail designed to confuse and delay any investigation. I asked to see the surveillance footage from when the documents were submitted. The supervisor hesitated, then led me to a small room with grainy monitors. We scrolled through days of footage until we found the moment. A figure in a dark coat approached the counter, but their face was obscured by shadows and the low quality of the recording. They moved with purpose, familiar with the building's layout. When they turned to leave, something about their posture made my breath catch. I knew that walk. I had seen it before, but I couldn't place where. The investigation consumed my life. I traced paper trails that led nowhere, followed leads that dissolved under scrutiny. Every answer raised 3 new questions. The burned birth certificate had been created using paper from a batch that was stolen from a government facility years ago. The death certificate bore the seal of a coroner who had been impersonating officials in multiple states. The whole conspiracy seemed designed to create chaos, not profit. Weeks passed and I began to notice changes in my reflection. The stress had carved new lines around my eyes, but there was something else, a familiarity that disturbed me. I looked like someone I had seen before, but not in a mirror, in a photograph perhaps, or a fleeting glimpse across a crowded room. The feeling grew stronger each day, an itch I couldn't scratch. I found myself returning to the DMV, studying the faces of other customers, searching for someone who might be watching me. The staff had grown uncomfortable with my presence, but they couldn't deny my right to access my own records. I spent hours in their waiting room, observing patterns, memorizing details. That's when I noticed the woman. She came in every few days, always around the same part of the morning. Never conducted business, just sat and waited before leaving. She had my hair color, my approximate height. When she walked, her gait matched the figure from the surveillance footage, but her face was turned away each time I tried to get a clear look. On the day I finally approached her, she was gone. The chair where she always sat was still warm. I asked the security guard if he had seen her leave, but he looked at me with confusion. He hadn't seen anyone matching her description. According to him, I had been sitting alone in that section all morning. The truth hit me like a physical blow. I rushed to the restroom and stared at my reflection in the harsh fluorescent light. The woman I had been watching, the figure in the surveillance footage, the person who had been managing my life from the shadows, the signature that looked like mine but wasn't quite right, the familiar posture and gait. I had been watching myself, but not myself as I was now, myself as I had been before when I was someone else entirely. The burned birth certificate wasn't a forgery. It was the real one, the one that belonged to the person I used to be before I became who I am now. The death certificate wasn't fraudulent either. Someone had died and I was living in their place. But I couldn't remember choosing to become this person. I couldn't remember the before. The apartment that felt like home, the job I went to every day, the life I thought was mine. None of it belonged to me. I was the stranger who had submitted my own birth certificate, declared my own death, and stolen someone else's existence so completely that I had convinced even myself. The DMV clerk's worried face appeared in my memory, asking if I needed help. The supervisor's concerned questions about my identity. They had been trying to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. I wasn't renewing my license. I was trying to renew someone else's. I left the building with empty hands and a head full of questions that had no answers. The woman in the surveillance footage was still out there somewhere, in the space between who I used to be and who I had become. The real question wasn't who had stolen my identity. It was whose identity I had stolen to become the person asking the question. The burned edges of that birth certificate told the only truth I could trust. Something had ended violently and something else had begun, but I was no longer certain which side of that fire I belonged to. Crime 9, the house I was cleaning, had a mirror in the hallway, old, ornate, cracked in one corner, but when I passed it, I didn't see myself. I saw the hallway behind me, but no figure where I should have been. I tested it with my phone. My reflection showed up in the selfie camera, but not in the mirror. When I touched the glass, it was warm. I leaned closer, and for a split second, I saw something mimicking my posture, but wearing a different expression. I turned to run, but every other mirror in the house was gone. Only that one remained, facing the front door, watching. I should have left then, should have dropped my cleaning supplies and walked away from that contract. But the family had been so desperate, so eager to have someone come in and handle what they called the aftermath. The woman who hired me spoke in hushed tones over the phone, her voice breaking when she mentioned her sister. The sister who had lived alone in this house. The sister who had been found. The police report was thin. Natural causes, they said, heart failure. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. Just a woman in her 50s who had died peacefully in her sleep. But families don't hire specialized cleaning services for peaceful deaths. They don't speak in whispers about aftermath when someone simply doesn't wake up. I'd been in this line of work for years. Trauma cleaning, they call it. Crime scenes, suicides, accidents, places where death leaves more than just memories behind. I'd seen enough to know when something didn't fit. In this house, this case, nothing fit. The mirror bothered me because it wasn't the only thing that seemed wrong. The bedroom where she died was too clean. Not cleaned after the fact, I would have smelled the chemicals, seen the telltale signs of rushed sanitization. This was clean in a way that suggested preparation. Fresh sheets on the bed, no personal items on the nightstand, medications lined up with mathematical precision on the dresser. I found the first photograph tucked inside a cookbook, not hidden exactly, but placed deliberately between pages about preserving meat. The image showed the woman who died. I recognized her from the family photos displayed throughout the house, but she looked different, thinner. Her eyes held a fear I hadn't seen in any other picture. Written on the back in careful handwriting, "She watches me sleep." The handwriting matched the grocery lists magneted to the refrigerator, the woman's own words. I kept working, kept searching. In the bathroom medicine cabinet, behind bottles of prescription sleep aids, I found more photographs. These were Polaroids, dated but not recent. They showed the same woman but taken from outside windows. Taken without her knowledge. Someone had been documenting her daily routines. Someone had been watching. The police report made no mention of a stalker. No mention of anyone having keys to the house. No mention of the fact that every lock had been recently changed. I could tell from the bright brass against the weathered wood, the tiny scratches around the keyholes that spoke of multiple attempts to find the right fit. When I called the family to ask about the photographs, the silence stretched so long I thought the connection had dropped. Finally, the woman who hired me spoke. Her sister had mentioned feeling watched, she said, had changed the locks twice, had stopped sleeping in her bedroom and moved to the living room couch instead. But the police found her in the bedroom, in fresh sheets, like she had chosen to return to the place she feared most. The mirror in the hallway reflected everything except what stood directly in front of it. I tested this repeatedly, using different objects, different lighting. A vase appeared in its surface. A lamp, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, but no living thing cast a reflection. Not me. Not the cat that wandered in through an unlocked back door. Not the mailman I watched approach through the front window. I found the recording device in the bedroom air vent, small, professional grade, with weeks of audio stored in its memory. The last recordings were from the night she died. I listened to them with headphones, sitting in her kitchen, surrounded by the remnants of her careful, fearful life. Her breathing regular and deep, the sound of someone sleeping peacefully, then footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate, the creak of floorboards I recognized from my own movements through the house, but the recording indicated she was alone. The police report confirmed she was alone. The footsteps stopped outside the bedroom door. I heard the handle turn. I heard someone enter the room, heard the soft shuffle of movement around the bed. Then her breathing changed, became shallow, rapid. Not the breathing of someone asleep, but someone pretending to sleep. Someone terrified but trying not to show it. A voice whispered her name, a voice I recognized. I realized I had been hearing this same voice throughout the house. It had been speaking to me as I worked, commenting on what I found, guiding me towards certain discoveries. The voice had been helping me understand what had happened in this house. The voice belonged to the woman who hired me, the sister. The woman who had a key to the house despite the changed locks, who knew exactly which rooms needed special attention, who spoke about her sister's death with the kind of intimate knowledge that comes from being present. I played the recording back, the whispered name spoken with such familiarity, such ownership, then silence, then the sound of breathing stopping altogether. The mirror showed me the truth I had been avoiding, not my reflection, but the reflection of understanding. The sister hadn't hired me to clean up after a death. She had hired me to discover the evidence she had left behind, evidence that would point to a stalker, a break-in, someone else, evidence that would shift suspicion away from the person who had keys, who knew the routines, who visited regularly under the guise of concern. But the mirror refused to show her deception. It refused to show me as complicit in the cover-up she had planned. It only reflected truth, and the truth was that I was supposed to find enough to raise questions about the death without finding enough to answer them. I left the house with the recording device in my pocket. I never called the family back. I never submitted a final cleaning invoice. The case file I could have built sat in my truck for weeks while I decided what truth was worth telling. The woman is still out there, still grieving publicly for her sister, still benefiting from the inheritance that comes with being the sole surviving family member. The police case remains closed, natural causes, heart failure, a peaceful death. But I kept the recording, and sometimes I listened to it again, to the footsteps, to the whispered name, to the moment when breathing stops. I listen and wonder how many other peaceful deaths I've cleaned up after. How many other families have hired me not to sanitize crime scenes, but to create them. The mirror is still in that house, still reflecting everything except the living, still showing truth to anyone willing to look closely enough to see it. But truth, I've learned, is not the same as justice. Truth is just information. What you do with it, whether you act on it, whether you let it change anything, that's the choice that defines you. I made my choice. I drive past that street sometimes, and I wonder if she's found another house, another sister, another mirror that refuses to show her true reflection. I wonder if somewhere else, someone is discovering photographs hidden in cookbooks, finding recording devices in air vents, listening to the sound of murder disguised as mercy. The mirror showed me who I really was, not a cleaner, not an investigator, not someone seeking justice, just someone who knows the truth and chooses to live with it. Someone who has learned that sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you discover about a crime. It's what you discover about yourself when you decide to do nothing about it. Story 10. In anticipation of the new arrival, she felt the urge to repaint the nursery. The walls wore a faded blue, a color holding whispers of bygone tales within its layers. As the first stroke of white paint unfurled, a hidden secret emerged, faint letters gradually sharpening into view, a message concealed beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you, her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for any child's reach. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan homestead initiated what would later be dubbed by investigators as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style abode just months prior, lured by an unbelievably low price. The real estate agent had casually mentioned minor cosmetic issues, conveniently omitting the property's eerie past. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, rang the doorbell. A woman, her belly swollen with pregnancy beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered. Dark circles framed her eyes, betraying nights devoid of rest. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the discovery of the message and handprints. The previous owners vanished unexpectedly, the woman disclosed. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night, leaving without a moving truck, only packing essentials into their car. Detective Klein traversed the aged floors of the historic residence, the echoes of her footsteps mingling with the creaking boards. Standing in the nursery, she inspected the partially painted wall, the message still visible where the paint job had been abandoned midway. Adjacent to it, 5 diminutive handprints etched into the wet paint at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had stayed for less than 2 years. More troubling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children had reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slumbered. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction blueprints and historical archives. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings alluded to 5 children who had vanished from her care. Authorities of the time suspected they had absconded, a common occurrence for orphans in that era. When Eleanor passed away, renovations unearthed a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall. Inside, remnants of children's tiny shoes, toys, and garments were found, but no remains. The case grew cold, gathering dust in archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a harrowing narrative. Every family with children recounted bizarre incidents, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter reverberating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these events as mere imagination until the writings surfaced. The message differed slightly in each recollection. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Yet it bore the same distinctive handwriting, always uncovered during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist compared photographs of the inscriptions to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's diaries, confirming a match. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children occupying the house. The investigation took a grim turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Anomalies in the readings pointed to 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the concrete, workers unearthed a chilling revelation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis revealed the children had perished during Aliner's tenure in the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had supposedly fled. Luminol sprayed throughout the nursery unveiled handprints on every wall in the darkness, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless handprints at varying heights, as though the children had strived to climb out. Aliner's journals, salvaged from county archives, exposed her twisted rationale. She believed orphaned children harbored a unique spiritual essence. By confining them in the hidden chamber, she sought to harness their life force to prolong her own existence. The children had etched their warnings into the wall with nails and slivers of metal, hoping future inhabitants would unearth their tragic end. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims, finally recognized not as runaways but as victims of foul play. The house stood deserted thereafter, the expectant couple refusing to return even for their belongings. Detective Klein finalized her report, including images of the luminol illuminated handprints and the hidden message. She noted that while justice had been served for the initial victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in the house, a force transcending paint layers and epochs. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, yet workers recounted hearing children's whispers emanating from the debris. None dared return after their shifts. The house met condemnation, another enigma consigned to a dusty archive, a tangible resolution, yet enigmatic queries left unanswered. The detective retained a photograph from the case, 5 glowing handprints in the darkness, a spectral reminder that some transgressions leave indelible marks that no fresh coat of paint can erase. Story 11. The weathered envelope lay in wait, its corners tinged with age, yet the stamp exuded freshness, a recent journey through the postal system. With delicate precision, the detective unfurled its contents. Nestled inside was a solitary sheet of paper, bearing a message hastily typed in a jagged, hurried script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying with it a scent of iron that lingered in the air. Only upon closer inspection did the detective discern a reddish smear along the bottom edge. This was no ordinary stain. Detective Sarah Morgan gingerly placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with the practiced grace of a seasoned investigator. The forensic team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The crimson hue was human blood, its DNA a match to an unsolved homicide that had cast a long shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic mosaic of stab wounds painting a gruesome picture. Her laptop had vanished, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting that her demise might have been linked to an expose she had been pursuing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had remained cold, a riddle without a solution. And now this cryptic missive had found its way to the police precinct, bearing only the stark label, Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope offered little insight, save for faint smudges hinting at a careful touch, perhaps cloaked in gloves. The postmark, however, shimmered like a beacon of hope, a slender thread leading into the unknown. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan directed their attention to the heart of the mystery, the letter. "This changes everything," she whispered, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. "Our perpetrator carries a burden of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in unraveling this enigma, cast a skeptical gaze at the letter. Or perhaps, he mused, it is a veiled performance, a macabre dance of deception. The forensic experts traced the unique imprint of the typewriter to a model long vanished from production lines, a relic of a bygone era, rare but not beyond reach. The hunt expanded, reaching out to antique vendors and collectors across the land. As the tendrils of investigation stretched further, they delved into Rebecca's world. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless seeker of truth, unyielding in her pursuit of justice. Her final assignment had delved into the shadows, cloaking a prominent family entwined with local politics. Following a trail of whispers, the detectives revisited Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. Once a pillar of strength, now a figure shrouded in unease, his demeanor betraying a silent turmoil. Rebecca spoke of a shadow, he confessed, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness. I dismissed her fears as paranoia, a consequence of her relentless probing. I should have listened. While shadows danced on the edge of their vision, a second letter materialized, bearing the same hallmark typewritten characters, the same crimson signature. This time the confession ran deeper. She unearthed truths about the family, about the inheritance, about the patriarch's demise. I never intended for it to spiral out of control. The labyrinthine path led to the grand manor of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, dwelled amidst a collection of forgotten treasures. Among them, a legion of vintage typewriters whispered tales of secrets long kept. Questioned about these relics, Richard's responses bore the polish of practiced deceit, a facade threatening to crumble. The pivotal moment arrived with the revelation of microscopic fibers adorning the envelopes, fibers that bore the signature of custom stationery exclusively owned by the family's youngest scion, Eleanor. In a moment of truth, she unveiled a clandestine pact between Richard and herself, a pact woven with deceit and treachery. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a hidden chamber, a chamber festooned with relics of Rebecca's demise, a damning collection of evidence. The blood that stained the letters bore the genetic imprint of a slain journalist, a damning echo of the past. However, the shadows held one final revelation, a damning link between Richard and Michael. Financial records whispered of transactions shrouded in darkness, payments passing from Richard to Michael in the twilight hours before Rebecca's tragic end. Confronted with the web of deceit closing in around him, Michael's resolve shattered. She found proof of Richard's hand in his father's demise, he confessed, the words heavy with regret. I relayed her findings to Richard, hoping to dissuade her. I never fathomed he would silence her forever. The tapestry of deception unfurled further as Eleanor emerged with a hidden recording, capturing the sinister pact between Richard and Michael, sealing Rebecca's fate. In a final act of reckoning, Richard's flight was halted, his machinations laid bare before the eyes of justice. The trial bore witness to a clash of truths, Richard's protestations of innocence drowned by a sea of damning evidence. The jury's deliberations were brief, their verdict swift and unyielding. As Richard was led away, shackled by the chains of his own making, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's grieving parents, her silent presence a beacon of solace in a sea of sorrow. While no words could mend their shattered world, the justice served as a balm, a salve against the ache of loss. The blood-stained letters stood silent sentinels in the halls of justice, a testament to the fragile web of lies that crumbled beneath the weight of truth. The tale of Rebecca Warren echoed through the annals of detective lore, a whispered reminder that even in the shadows, justice reigns supreme, unfurling its tendrils to ensnare the guilty and unveil the mysteries that lurk in the stillness of the night. Story 12. Renovations always bring to light the unexpected. Forgotten relics of the past, hidden treasures, and sometimes unsettling secrets. When Sarah and Michael decided to renovate their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they anticipated uncovering the usual artifacts of bygone days. What they didn't expect was to stumble upon a letter, carefully tucked beneath the floorboards, waiting to be discovered. The aged paper crinkled as they unfolded it, revealing faded ink bearing a cryptic message, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the eerie warning, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic, arrived at the scene with her partner. The exposed floorboards revealed a hidden recess beneath, where the mysterious note had been concealed. With gloved hands marked by years of handling evidence, Reed retrieved the note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had already tainted it. Sarah and Michael recounted the chilling experience of the knocks, their genuine fear palpable. Background checks on the couple yielded nothing suspicious. They were newlyweds with impeccable credit and stable jobs. However, the house held a complex history that piqued Reed's curiosity. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for generations, the house had been uninhabited for 2 years following the passing of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove. Neighbors described Margaret as a recluse but amiable, with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. Yet an unsettling aura lingered. Forensic analysis dated the cryptic note back 2 decades. The handwriting bore traces of distress, hinting at fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s at the time, living with her late husband, Franklin. Reed delved deeper into the history of the Hargroves, unearthing intriguing details. Franklin, a respected retired teacher with a penchant for woodworking, had left behind pieces of his craftsmanship in the house. A former student recalled Franklin's descent into paranoia during his final teaching years, attributing it to what seemed like early dementia. The breakthrough in the investigation came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, who resided in a nursing home. Through fading memories, she whispered of Margaret's fear towards a mysterious figure known as the Collector, who knocked on their door. Franklin's gambling debts had entangled them in a web of danger, leading to a tragic turn of events. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed uncovered the grim truth buried beneath the foundation: a male skeleton, identified as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and collector who had vanished without a trace 2 decades prior. Further excavation unveiled the extent of the dark secrets hidden within the walls of the house. Margaret's diaries, discovered in the attic, chronicled the harrowing events that transpired. Franklin's confrontation with Mercer had resulted in a fatal altercation, with Margaret reluctantly aiding in concealing the crime out of fear and loyalty. The haunting echoes of 3 knocks lingered in Margaret's writings, hinting at a torment that plagued her until her final days. With the case finally closed and justice served, Sarah and Michael opted to part ways with the house, unable to bear its haunting past. The property now sits vacant, its renovations halted, as whispers of spectral knocks in the dead of night circulate among the locals. Detective Reed reflected on the unresolved mysteries that lingered, the unanswered questions that shrouded the truth in shadows. Some secrets, she mused, are destined to remain veiled, their whispers echoing through time, reminding us never to trust the one who knocks. Story 13. The aged library faced its fate of demolition. Workers toiled, nearing completion, when a stumble led to a secret latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the case swung open, revealing a passage to a hidden room. The air hung heavy, untouched for decades. No furnishings adorned the space, save for a solitary chair in the center, anchored to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The foreman alerted the authorities, setting off a chain of events that veered into the realm of the sinister. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades in law enforcement, stepped into the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting an eerie glow on the unsettling words that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh ordered, his voice resonating in the enclosed chamber. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered of intrigue. The Harrington family, once esteemed in the community, had gifted the building to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, vanishing without a trace except for her abandoned car near the woods. The case grew cold despite exhaustive searches and inquiries. The prevailing belief hinted at her departure to forge a new life, a theory her family vehemently rejected, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fibers embedded in the chair, while the wall's scratches harbored traces of blood and skin cells beneath layers of dust. Initial analysis linked the biological material to a young woman. This chair was meant for confinement, the analyst remarked, pointing to the bolt holes and worn leather straps still clinging to the arms. A fierce struggle ensued here. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, unsettled by the timing of the library's donation. It had been bestowed upon the community mere weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a curious coincidence now laden with potential significance. Further probing uncovered a chilling detail. The secretive room's bookshelf had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at substantial payments made to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's solitary hours spent in that secluded area after closing time. She had assumed he sought seclusion to indulge in his love for reading. The investigation deepened as DNA evidence from the hidden room aligned with samples from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old bedroom. The grim timeline unfolded with clarity and horror. Rebecca hadn't fled. She had been imprisoned, potentially by a family member. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a leather-bound journal concealed in a secret compartment of Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled months of obsessive fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling final entry. "She threatened to expose me. I couldn't allow that. The room will keep her until she sees reason." Maxwell, now residing in a coastal retirement community, maintained composure until confronted with the damning evidence. "She jeopardized everything," he confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Rebecca stumbled upon proof of my embezzlement from the family foundation. Our name was sacred. I couldn't let her tarnish it." His admission painted a gruesome portrait. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, imprisoned her, and ultimately, in a moment of panic, ended her life. "I buried her beneath the floorboards and sealed the room. Donating the building ensured its preservation," he disclosed. Subsequent scans revealed human remains beneath the hidden room's floor. Excavations unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet her parents had gifted her on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family witnessed Maxwell's sentencing, bearing witness to a long-overdue reckoning. Clutching her daughter's bracelet, Rebecca's mother found solace in a proper burial for a beloved lost soul. The library's demolition halted, transformed into a site of remembrance and contemplation. Community members laid flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut tragically short and a truth that had lingered behind a bookshelf, awaiting revelation. In a cruel twist of fate, Rebecca's resolute message, "I am still here," etched on the walls ensured her eternal presence, ensuring that justice, though delayed, would eventually prevail, casting its light on the darkness that had shrouded her story for far too long. Story 14. In the quiet of the night, a flicker of light danced across the baby monitor screen like a secret message from the shadows. The mother stirred from her slumber, brushed it off as a glitch, a fleeting disturbance in the realm of technology. But then the silence was shattered by a crackling sound, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered through the static, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heartbeat quickened with a sense of foreboding. Racing to her son's room, dread clawing at her heart, she found the crib empty, a void where her precious Samuel should have been. The room was untouched, the window closed tight, the door securely locked. Only a solitary stuffed rabbit lay on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seeming to hold a secret. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, a primal cry of despair that echoed through the walls, reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who summoned help. When the authorities arrived, they discovered a mother lost in grief, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, her world shattered by the inexplicable disappearance of her infant son. Samuel was gone, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no one could fill. The investigation began, shrouded in mystery and confusion. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered, no clues left behind. The baby monitor footage, once innocent, now a haunting record of that fateful night when a voice from the unknown whispered its chilling command. How could someone slip in and out unseen, taking a child from the safety of his home, leaving nothing but unanswered questions in their wake? Suspicions turned to the mother, Rebecca, her grief-stricken demeanor under scrutiny. Her husband, Daniel, absent during the tragedy, bearing the weight of strained ties and hidden troubles within their marriage. Whispers floated through the community, casting shadows of doubt and fear upon a family torn apart by tragedy. Then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Tiny fibers, unseen to the naked eye, clung to the nursery windowsill, a silent witness to an intruder's clandestine entry. A thread of possibility led investigators down a new path, where shadows moved with purpose and a footprint in the soil told a tale of skilled hands and hidden motives. Daniel returned, a broken man with secrets of his own. His hands bore the marks of a hobby turned sinister, his alibis crumbling under the weight of hidden truths. A second family, a web of deceit, a life insurance policy that painted a grim picture of betrayal and greed. As the pieces fell into place, the baby monitor emerged as a key player in the twisted game of manipulation. Hacked, tampered with, its innocent facade shattered by unseen hands. The trail led to a basement, a woman named Elaine, a ghost from the past seeking solace in stolen moments of motherhood. Samuel was found, a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness, his captor apprehended, her motives clouded by loss and longing. Daniel's denials crumbled in the face of overwhelming evidence, his cough a damning echo of guilt in a courtroom filled with hushed whispers of justice served. In the aftermath, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The echoes of that fateful night lingered, a reminder of the fragility of innocence and the depths of human deception. The stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to unspeakable truths, remained locked away, its glassy eyes a reflection of the darkness that once lurked within the sanctity of a nursery. The baby monitor stood silent, a sentinel of truth in a world where whispers carried secrets and innocence was a fragile gift. Samuel grew up unaware of the night he was taken, shielded from the horrors that had once enveloped his existence. Rebecca, a survivor of a nightmare, carried the weight of a truth that could never be erased, a truth that lay hidden in the whispers of a voice that beckoned from beyond the veil of sleep. Story 15. The new homeowners believed it was merely a peculiar occurrence, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night. A relic of the past, rewired but left in obscurity. Then one evening the husband, overcome by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, lingering behind him, softly uttered, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood quietly amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade masking the modernized interior within. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to history, had acquired the property at an unexpectedly affordable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the initial tour. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, the gravel crunching under the tires of her unmarked car. The call had come in as a possible break-in, but a hint of something more lingered in the dispatcher's voice. Daniel Parker, a tall figure, met her at the door, his pallor noticeable even in the faint porch light. It all began with the intercom he shared, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. Initially static, then whispers, then coherent sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, fingers wrapped around a steaming mug left untouched. We uncovered something hidden behind the wall, she revealed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he removed the drywall, her voice wavered. Concealed behind the wall, enveloped in decaying plastic, was a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, donning gloves, delicately turned its fragile pages. The elegant yet frantic script belonged to Alina, the apparent previous owner, her entries hinting at suspicions of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry was penned 30 years ago, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The prior owners mentioned they bought it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Further investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Records indicated Vincent sold the property shortly after Alina's alleged departure, with no official divorce or change of address. Alina's name vanished from financial records post the final journal entry date. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to meticulously examine the property. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth manifested in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, showing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. Among the remains, a gold wedding band bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly took shape. Now elderly, residing in a care facility, his faculties sharp enough to comprehend the charges leveled against him. Confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down the detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," Vincent intoned, his voice disconcertingly serene. "Always prattling through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, yet she reconnected it herself, insisting on always being able to reach me, no matter my location in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I simply craved peace." During his admission, Vincent disclosed the meticulous fabrication of Alina's desertion, even sending postcards to neighbors from varied locations, inscribed in forged script. He resided in the house for years post her demise, treading daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial concluded swiftly, Vincent pleading guilty to the murder. The presiding judge remarked on the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long web of deceit that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the garden, now revitalized post the investigation. The intercom system was dismantled by subsequent owners during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one final time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, courtesy of Alina finding a means to make her voice heard. Locally, the case earned the moniker, "the house that echoed back." Detective Reeves occasionally passed by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window cracked open slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 16. The ancient apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that sighed, floorboards that whispered. Yet the new occupant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too steady for a typical building settling. They echoed down from the floor above hers, slow and measured, though she resided on the topmost level. One evening, gathering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped her. Then a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the mysterious knocking to herself, attributing it to the old building's idiosyncrasies, or perhaps a small creature finding refuge in the attic space. Night after night, the methodical footfalls continued, traversing her ceiling in the darkness. Sarah adapted, increasing the volume of her television, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the persistent echoes of unseen steps above her. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker uncovered a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to repair a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker unveiled a narrow passage not documented in the building's plans. His flashlight revealed a hidden living space, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent contacted the authorities promptly. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, found the maintenance worker visibly shaken, muttering, "Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routines, her visitors, her meals, her viewing habits. The handwriting, initially tidy, deteriorated into chaos, with strange symbols scrawled in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me." No one ignores me. Forensic experts delved into the crawlspace, discovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They uncovered a complex network of hidden passages within the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades. While these passages connected to 5 different apartments, they terminated in observation points disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual reports, but former tenants shared unsettling experiences. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's unit spoke of feeling watched or hearing unexplained noises. One tenant had vacated after a mere 2 weeks, fearing sounding paranoid by reporting their encounters. The case took a chilling turn when forensics detected minute blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces, matched to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished 4 years earlier. Investigating Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris learned of his clashes with a former neighbor named Edward, a recluse who had abruptly departed after Martin's disappearance. A pattern emerged as investigators delved into Edward's past. He had resided in multiple apartment buildings, always on the top floor, maintaining a solitary existence before vanishing without a trace. A search of his rural property uncovered a cabin filled with unsettling artifacts, photographs of residents, maps of building structures, and detailed journals documenting his specimen observations. The cabin's centerpiece was a corkboard displaying missing persons reports, including 6 former apartment residents linked to Edward's previous dwellings. Beneath the board, gouges scarred the wooden floor, hinting at disturbing activities. Behind the cabin, investigators unearthed multiple graves, each containing skeletal remains. As forensic teams worked to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents reported sporadic noises. During security system installations, workers discovered a second notebook hidden in a hallway corner, signaling Edward's continued presence. The notebook's final entry ominously declared, "They found my old nest, but not my new one." A sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night fueled urgency. However, Sarah had vanished, leaving behind only cryptic messages and signs of a sinister presence within the walls. The hunt for Edward Mercer, the elusive figure behind the hidden network, continues. As authorities connect Sarah's case to similar disappearances across state lines, warnings circulate among apartment managers about concealed spaces and unauthorized modifications. Detective Morris, haunted by Sarah's ordeal, reflects on the echoing footsteps in her silent apartment, wondering who may still be listening in the shadows of the night. Story 17. The tale begins in a quaint little costume shop, its time coming to a close as it sold off remnants of the past. Among the fading trinkets and forgotten treasures, a woman's hand reached out to grasp a mask from a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held an unsettling lifelike quality that seemed to stir something deep within her soul. As she placed it on the worn counter, the cashier hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "That's not ours," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she checked for a tag, only to find none. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the enigmatic mask home. That night, as the world slipped into the quiet embrace of darkness, a soft sound roused her from slumber. A gentle whisper of fabric shifting, a presence felt rather than seen. Panic fluttered in her chest as she realized the mask was no longer perched on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it rested ominously on her nightstand, its blank gaze fixed upon her in the dim moonlight. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by her concerned neighbor. The front door stood ajar, inviting the morning light to spill into the shadowed interior of her home. What should have been a simple visit to return a borrowed book turned into a chilling scene that would haunt those who bore witness for years to come. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her footsteps echoing in the stillness as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The click of shutters punctuated the hushed voices that filled the room. No signs of forced entry. An officer murmured, pen scratching against paper as he made notes. The detective's gaze swept across the room, absorbing the subtle nuances that whispered of a life abruptly extinguished. A partially opened drawer, a lipstick-stained watered glass, all seemingly ordinary save for the lifeless form of Catherine Reed. The medical examiner knelt beside her, his expression grave as he murmured, cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. His finger traced the contours of her face, frozen in a mask of terror. Notice the fear etched into her very being, he remarked solemnly. As the investigation unfolded, a portrait of Catherine's life emerged. An art appraiser known for her keen eye and unwavering dedication to authenticity, she navigated the world of art with a precision that few could match. Colleagues spoke of her prowess in spotting forgeries, a talent that now seemed to have led her down a dark and twisted path. Security footage from the costume shop revealed a peculiar exchange, the cashier's confusion palpable as he denied any knowledge of the enigmatic mask. The detective delved deeper, confronting the shop owner who revealed a disturbing truth. The mask had appeared mysteriously during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in shadows that hinted at a darker reality. A breakthrough in the case came with the discovery of microscopic fibers clutched in Catherine's lifeless hands. An analysis revealed a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, a macabre puzzle piece that hinted at a malevolent force lurking in the shadows. The investigation unveiled a series of similar deaths spanning decades, each victim linked by the acquisition of a haunting mask and a final expression of pure terror frozen upon their faces. The retired detective who had delved into one such case shared his findings, a tale of ancient symbols hidden within the masks hinting at a ritual of soul transference. A journal discovered in Catherine's apartment shed light on her descent into darkness, her frantic scribblings detailing a malevolent presence that stalked her every move. The realization dawned that the mask was more than a mere object, it was a vessel hungry for the souls of the living. The truth behind Catherine's demise slowly unraveled, unveiling a chilling reality of a mask that moved unseen, claiming lives in a macabre dance of death. The detective, haunted by the weight of this knowledge, kept Catherine's journal close, a silent testament to a truth too bizarre for the light of day. As the investigation drew to a close, a lingering sense of unease settled over the town. The missing mask, a specter of fear and death, remained at large, waiting for its next unwitting victim. And so the cycle continued, a dark legacy etched in the shadows of time, waiting to ensnare another unsuspecting soul in its sinister embrace. Story 18. In a quaint coffee shop, a man had established a daily ritual of solitude, same spot, same order, same tranquility. The barista recognized his face, yet his identity remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, he didn't grace the shop with his presence. Concern arose when the police, prompted by his absence, checked his customary seat. There, abandoned, lay a wallet. Within it, a driver's license displayed a face but bore no name, no address, just an eerie void where his identity should have been. Puzzled, they turned to the surveillance footage for answers. What they witnessed defied all logic. The man, now dubbed John Doe in official records, had indeed entered the shop, taken his seat, but had never departed. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma, her fingers tracing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the perplexing footage once more. John Doe, a figure seemingly ordinary of average stature, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather bag. His unremarkable presence only amplified the unsettling nature of his disappearance. "Play it again," she directed the tech specialist. The footage unfolded the routine morning scene. John's entrance during the bustling hours, his customary order of black coffee sans sugar, and his retreat to the secluded corner table adorned by a leafy plant. He sat, opened his bag, extracted a notebook, and commenced writing. Occasionally he would sip his coffee, gazing out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. However, he never returned. He never emerged through any exit. He simply vanished. "Review the bathroom footage," Mercer instructed. "That's the peculiar part," the specialist responded. "He never accessed any restroom. Every camera angle confirms it. It's as if he dissolved into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer meticulously laid out the wallet's contents on her desk. The driver's license photo aligned with their enigmatic visitor, yet the personal details were conspicuously absent, replaced by vacant spaces. Credit cards bore no names, only cryptic 16-digit numbers leading to non-existent accounts. Neatly stacked cash, a receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior, and a lone business card, both sides blank except for a faintly printed phone number. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence interspersed with the rustling of paper, as if pages were being turned. 30 seconds later, the call abruptly ended. The barista, a witness to John's silent visits, could offer scant information. He was reserved, courteous always, perhaps an accent, but his voice was soft, making it hard to discern. Did he engage with anyone here, have conversations? Mercer inquired. Never, always alone, engrossed in his notebook, came the response. The notebook, a cryptic enigma, lay open beside the forsaken wallet, its pages filled with intricate codes and enigmatic text. Cryptographers toiled to unravel its mysteries. Architectural sketches within depicted structures unknown to the locale. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the vicinity with John Doe's image. No recognition. No missing persons report matched his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases, confining his existence to the coffee shop's realm. Amidst her scrutiny, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning upon John's arrival, the camera's time stamp flickered fleetingly. Dismissed as a technical glitch by the specialist, Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the coffee shop, she assumed John's seat. From this vantage, she observed both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms, separated by an ancient mirror adorned with enigmatic symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Inquiring the shop owner about the mirror, Mercer learned of its antiquity and immovability. As she studied her reflection in its glass, a subtle distortion imbued the image with depth. Expecting cool glass, she was met with an unusual warmth upon contact. Forensics uncovered a concealed compartment behind the mirror, housing identical wallets, all with John Doe's face but devoid of personal data. Alongside lay a leather-bound journal chronicling decades in the same hand as the notebook. The final entry forewarned, the experiment nears conclusion. They draw closer. The window diminishes. Fingerprints within the hidden space matched John Doe's. Carbon dating of the oldest wallet suggested a 50-year vintage, yet the face remained unaged. Entries alluded to experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, mentioning crossing back and window points. Of note was a passage stating, "The coffee shop serves as a nexus, a convergence of realities. The mirror, a portal. When alignments converge, passage ensues." As the inquiry unfolded, peculiar occurrences besieged the vicinity. Customers reported eerie reflections moving independently in the window glass, some claiming sightings of John Doe at his table, though cameras contradicted their accounts. The breakthrough surfaced when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a former physicist with ties to clandestine projects, reached out to the authorities. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist vanishing during experimental forays with quantum mirrors surfaces posited to facilitate interreality transference. Keller produced documents outlining Weston's presumed demise following a lab incident, aligning with the journal's inception behind the mirror. Weston's belief in manifold coexisting realities resonated in his notes. Mercer revisited the coffee shop, unveiling its construction atop Weston's former research facility, the very site of his vanishing. The investigation's zenith arrived as Mercer, scrutinizing footage late one night, discerned a previously unnoticed detail. Reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston observed himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same man coexisting. Hastening to the coffee shop, Mercer found the mirror shattered. Amidst the shards, a final missive scribed in familiar script proclaimed, "The experiment concludes, the passage seals shut, do not pursue." The enigma of the insubstantial man persists, officially unsolved. The coffee shop shuttered post-inquiry, the edifice ultimately razed. Weston's remains eluded discovery. His journals vanished from evidence under mysterious circumstances. Mercer, relinquishing her badge, is occasionally sighted on her porch, engrossed in a notebook akin to Weston's. A fragment of an antique mirror adorns her wall, displaying ripples unnoticed by observers. Story 19. The old house had sat in silence for years, its history shrouded in whispers of a young woman who vanished without a trace. When the new occupants crossed its threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: the bedroom door sealed shut, concealing secrets long forgotten. With a determined effort, they breached the barrier, unveiling a room frozen in time. The air hung heavy, suffused with the musty scent of neglect, yet an unsettling aura lingered beneath the surface. Each detail within the room told a story of its own. The bed, meticulously made, appeared untouched by time. The mirror gleamed, devoid of smudges or reflections. A solitary candle stood vigil on the desk, its essence reduced to a mere memory, a silent witness to bygone events. And there upon the desk lay a notebook, its pages whispering untold truths in fresh ink. Detective Morgan delved into the notebook's contents as the room bore witness to meticulous scrutiny. The script belonged to Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of mystery for nearly half a decade. Her words danced across the pages with practiced precision, a testament to a mind on the brink of unraveling, a mind haunted by shadows of the past. The final entry, etched with a fervor that belied desperation, spoke of unseen eyes watching, of a looming threat veiled in darkness. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink revealed, a plea for salvation amidst a world of disbelief. The notebook spoke of a truth too chilling to ignore, a truth that echoed through the stillness of the room. The landlord, a specter of unease, stood at the threshold, his countenance a mask of disbelief. "We checked every corner before the listing," he muttered, his voice trembling with uncertainty. The enigma of the locked door defied logic, raising questions that lingered in the air like a haunting refrain. Elise's life, once veiled in the shadows of corporate intrigue, now unfolded before the detective's eyes. A paralegal entangled in a web of deceit, her pursuit of truth had led her down a treacherous path. Colleagues spoke of a woman consumed by her quest, of a soul adrift in a sea of deception. The room, a tableau frozen in time, held scant clues to her fate. No signs of struggle marred its pristine facade, leaving only echoes of a life abruptly halted. The candle, a silent sentinel, bore witness to secrets buried deep within its waxy core. Forensic experts combed through the room, seeking traces of the truth that eluded them. Fingerprint sets whispered of long-forgotten touches, while pristine surfaces hinted at a meticulous erasure of the past. Hidden in the shadows, a revelation awaited a key to unlock the mysteries that lay dormant within the room's confines. Beneath a loose floorboard, a hidden cache emerged, a trove of secrets waiting to be unveiled. A flash drive, a key, and a revelation buried deep within the vaults of a distant bank beckoned to the detective, a siren call to uncover the truth concealed in shadows. The digital trail revealed a web of deceit woven by unseen hands, a tapestry of corruption that stained the fabric of justice. Recordings spoke of falsified data, of lives sacrificed on the altar of greed. Elise's voice, a whisper in the darkness, echoed through the halls of power, a beacon of truth in a world consumed by lies. As the investigation unfolded, a specter emerged from the shadows, a man of power and privilege, his hands stained with blood and betrayal. Vincent Harriman, a name synonymous with treachery, stood at the nexus of a conspiracy that threatened to shatter the facade of respectability. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a chilling truth hidden in plain sight. Harriman's actions spoke of a calculated malice, a darkness that lurked beneath a veneer of civility. The room, a silent witness, bore testimony to a crime that defied comprehension, a crime that echoed through the corridors of power. In a courtroom hushed with anticipation, justice laid bare its sword, striking down the guilty with a swift and merciless hand. Harriman's protestations crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, his lies exposed in the harsh light of truth. Elise's legacy, a beacon of justice in a world fraught with shadows, found its voice in the silence of her room. Her sacrifice, a testament to the power of truth, echoed through the ages, a reminder that even in darkness, light will prevail. The house, a relic of a bygone era, stood silent and empty once more, its secrets laid bare for all to see. The whispers of the past lingered in its halls, a reminder of a life cut short by greed and deception. As night descended, a faint glow flickered in the upstairs window, a silent vigil over a room that bore witness to a battle fought in shadows. The legacy of Elise Winters lived on, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a woman who refused to be silenced, a woman whose truth shone bright in the darkness. Story 20. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten memories in the attic, a relic untouched by time, a silent witness to the passage of years. Among the dusty Polaroids it held, snapshots of joy and celebration, there was one that stood out from the rest. A photo capturing a moment frozen in time, a family gathered in a familiar living room that did not belong to the present owner. The scene seemed ordinary at first glance, the same couch, the same curtains, the same sunlight filtering in through the window. But as the eye wandered to the figure in the hallway, barely discernible in the shadows, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. Her fingers trembled as she held the photograph, the edges vibrating slightly under her touch. The family in the picture, with their genuine smiles and carefree expressions, seemed oblivious to the lurking danger just beyond their awareness. Rebecca descended the creaking wooden stairs, the weight of the picture heavy in her hands. The house, once vast and empty, now felt oppressive, suffocating her with its silent secrets. Placing the photo on the cold kitchen counter, Rebecca studied it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture sent shivers down her spine. Detective Morgan arrived, a seasoned investigator with eyes that missed nothing, his weathered leather jacket a testament to the mysteries he had unraveled. Examining the photo with a keen eye, Morgan delved into the history of the house, tracing its past occupants through time. Each family that had lived there before had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering fears. The Sutherlands, the missing family in the photo, were but one in a series of disappearances that spanned years. Forensic analysis revealed unsettling details about the photograph, the staged composition, the eerie stillness of the subjects, and the enigmatic figure in the hallway. Tall and shadowy, the man's presence hinted at a malevolent force lurking within the walls of the house. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged, linking the disappearances to a dark chapter in the house's history. The revelation of Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect behind the house's construction, added a new layer of intrigue to the case. His spectral presence, captured in the Polaroid, cast a long shadow over the investigation, hinting at a malevolent force that transcended time and space. The discovery of a hidden crawlspace in the attic, filled with haunting relics and a chilling journal, only deepened the mystery. Rebecca, now under police protection, found herself at the center of a sinister game played by an unseen adversary. The chilling phone call in the dead of night, the mechanical click of a camera capturing her every move, it was clear that the house held dark secrets that refused to be buried. As the investigation continued, the house stood as a silent sentinel, its windows reflecting the darkness within. The truth about Samuel Whitfield remained elusive, his phantom presence haunting those who dared seek answers. And in the quiet of night, new photographs developed in the shadows, capturing unsuspecting families in a web of deceit and danger. The legacy of the man in the photograph lived on, a specter of the past reaching out from beyond the grave, watching, waiting, and ready to claim its next victim in the endless cycle of disappearances that haunted the house. The mystery remained unsolved, the darkness unyielding, as the whispers of the past echoed through the empty rooms, a reminder that some secrets were never meant to be uncovered. Story 21, the inn was modest, outdated, a place where guests passed through for just a night. The receptionist handed her the key with an odd glance. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her. That evening, as she navigated the dim corridor, she hesitated in front of it. The doorknob chilled her hand. The door seemed unremarkable until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed her eyes, weary, stepping under the yellow tape sealing the crime scene. The metallic tang of blood greeted her, familiar yet unwelcome. Stains marred the carpet, blending into the shadows. The room held contradictions, a pristine bath, an untouched bed, and the gruesome sight between them. A young woman lay sprawled, blonde locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant gaze met the ceiling, frozen in a silent scream. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the evidence markers dotting the floor. Third one this season, the tech noted clinically, capturing the scene with his camera. Same as the others. Reed nodded in solemn acknowledgement. Victim adorned expensive attire, a stark contrast to the rundown motel. Her designer handbag lay open, contents undisturbed. This was no robbery, it was something deeper that drove the killer. The motel manager lingered, pale and anxious. She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined, his voice faltered. The maid discovered her during cleaning. Reed surveyed the room, finding no signs of forced entry or struggle. The victim had willingly allowed her demise, or perhaps knew her assailant. Back at the precinct, Reed studied the incident board, pinning up photos of 3 women, eerily similar in appearance, all discovered in nondescript motels. Speculations of a serial predator circulated. "Autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No signs of sexual assault or DNA under the victim's nails." Reed's brow furrowed. This was personal, not merely predatory. Days blurred as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no leads. The victim, Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no apparent enemies. A breakthrough came during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, someone complicated, the sister disclosed, hands trembling. "I think he's married," Reed leaned in. "Did she mention a name?" "Just C," the sister replied. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as reserved and diligent, unaware of any personal entanglements. Yet a business card tucked in Werner's desk led Reed to Charles Emerson, the senior VP. Emerson exuded composure when questioned, but a flicker in his gaze betrayed unease. Forensics linked partial prints to him from Werner's belongings. Confronted, Emerson confessed to their affair, claiming it ended due to Werner's threats. His alibi seemed airtight until evidence surfaced: his fingerprints, fibers from his suit, and incriminating recordings in the adjacent room paid for with his corporate card. The pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in youth, lured them to motels, and erased all traces after filming their encounters. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled. "They jeopardized all I had," he muttered. The trial unfolded swiftly, culminating in a life sentence. Reed locked eyes with him, sensing a void where empathy should dwell. The media dubbed it the door on the left case. Psychologists probed Emerson's psyche, while true crime aficionados delved into the saga. But for Reed, the case lingered, haunting her in hotel corridors where secrets breathed behind closed doors. In the evidence vault, 3 hotel keys rest, silent witnesses to unfathomable horrors. A reminder that some doors, once opened, never truly shut. Story 22. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything appeared normal, her features in place, her attire unchanged. Yet a sense of unease crept in as she continued to peer into the glass. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that defied explanation. And when she turned away, her reflection remained unmoving, as if observing her every move. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet solitude of her humble abode. Rebecca dwelled alone in a modest apartment nestled within a serene suburban enclave. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she traversed life with a precision that belied the chaos lurking beneath the surface. A data analyst by profession, her world revolved around routines and meticulous order. Little did anyone suspect that she would become enmeshed in a bewildering web of mystery that would captivate investigators and haunt the community for years to come. The initial signs were subtle. Objects within Rebecca's dwelling began to shift, minor displacements that hinted at a presence unseen. A mug relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. These anomalies, initially dismissed as the byproducts of exhaustion and long hours spent immersed in work, soon grew too conspicuous to ignore. It was only after weeks of unsettling disturbances that Rebecca mustered the courage to reach out to the authorities, with Detective Marion Shaw receiving her first hesitant disclosure. The assessments yielded no tangible evidence of wrongdoing, pointing instead to a potential need for mental health intervention rather than criminal investigation. There were no clear indications, Shaw would later recount. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman haunted by an intangible sense of wrongness within her own sanctuary. The pivotal moment arrived with the encounter in front of the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the eerie episode in vivid detail, the unsettling sensation of her reflection moving independently, the pervasive feeling of being under constant surveillance even in solitude. This time, she presented concrete proof in the form of surveillance footage captured by a camera she had installed near her entrance. The chilling recording unveiled a shocking truth that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. The video footage depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, only to witness an identical figure, unmistakably her doppelganger, entering her dwelling with a key 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no traces of manipulation or tampering, leaving the authorities grappling with a sinister enigma. Detective Shaw, confronted with this perplexing revelation, discerned a disturbing pattern in the intrusions. The doppelganger seemed to strike during specific Windows moments when Rebecca embarked on scheduled outings like therapy sessions, yoga classes, or Sunday grocery runs. This targeted surveillance hinted at a meticulous observer well-versed in Rebecca's routines, a predator lurking in the shadows with sinister intent. As the investigation delved deeper, a forensic psychologist posited a chilling theory of fixation, a disturbed individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, driven by an insatiable desire to supplant her in totality. The trail eventually led to Lily Winters, a former colleague of Rebecca's whose erratic conduct had culminated in dismissal. Lily's eerie fixation on Rebecca manifested in a chilling trove of evidence discovered within her abode, an eerie replication of Rebecca's living quarters, adorned with a plethora of clandestinely captured photographs and meticulous observations. Videos showcased Lily's desperate attempts to emulate Rebecca's mannerisms, a haunting progression from imitation to assimilation. The revelation of sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed logs of Rebecca's movements underscored the extent of Lily's obsession, leaving investigators aghast at the depths of her derangement. As the noose tightened around Lily, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind a vacated domicile and a nation on high alert. Rebecca, ensconced in protective custody, watched from afar as her own existence was usurped by her doppelganger. Lily seamlessly assumed Rebecca's identity, merging into her life with alarming ease as the real Rebecca sought refuge in anonymity. The enigma persisted, casting a long shadow over Rebecca's past life, forever altered by the sinister machinations of a woman consumed by a twisted desire for identity theft. Detective Shaw, now a custodian of this haunting tale, keeps a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two faces, eerily similar yet divergent in intent. As she contemplates the visages of Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters, she imparts a chilling wisdom to her protégés, a sobering reminder that identity is not merely a facade, but a fortress safeguarding our very essence. The tale of Rebecca and Lily stands as a cautionary testament to the fragility of selfhood, a reminder that sometimes the greatest threat lies not in what we reveal to the world, but in what others seek to plunder from within us. Story 23. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time itself. The heating system emitted low groans, the pipes occasionally rattling in a familiar rhythm. It was all part of the building's character, or so she reassured herself, until that fateful moment, a voice, barely audible yet unmistakably real, drifted through the labyrinth of vents. It wasn't the typical background noise of daily life. It was a whisper, calling out her name like a gentle breeze carrying a hidden message. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned closer, pressing her ear against the cool metal grate. A rush of icy air brushed past her cheek, followed by the soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the heart of the empty apartment, a still figure amidst the bustling activity of the forensics team. Cameras flashed, capturing every detail of the eerie scene. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a noxious odor led to the discovery of her fate. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and veered into the realm of nightmares. Officer Patel relayed the chilling details from his notes. She reported hearing voices through the vents, he recited, his voice tinged with disbelief. But the management dismissed her claims, attributing it to the building's aging infrastructure. Kneeling by the vent, Shaw observed the telltale signs of struggle-deep scratches encircling the edges, evidence of a desperate attempt to break free from within. The implications sent a shiver down her spine. These marks were not accidental. They spoke of a frantic bid for escape, of a trapped soul yearning for freedom. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing both plants and young minds, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Her disappearance was preceded by a period of escalating paranoia, a sense of being watched, of unseen eyes peering through the very walls that now held her secrets. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's life, the pieces began to form a disturbing puzzle. The meticulously arranged room, the untouched bed, the solitary chair positioned under the vent, as if awaiting an unseen visitor, all painted a haunting picture of a presence lurking just beyond the veil of perception. The forensic analysis yielded unsettling revelations. Fibers matching Alina's clothing trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint etched inside the cover, and most hauntingly, audio recordings capturing the spectral whispers that had tormented Alina in her final days. The building's history added another layer of dread to the unfolding mystery. A string of former tenants had fled the premises under mysterious circumstances, citing inexplicable noises, hallucinations, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, emerged as a central figure in this macabre saga, his calm fa idem masking a deeper connection to the building's dark past. A hidden passage discovered within Aliner's bathroom unveiled a chilling truth, a clandestine network of tunnels crisscrossing behind the walls, offering a clandestine vantage point into the lives of unsuspecting residents. Shaw's instincts led her to Weber, whose meticulously organized files and voyeuristic collection painted a portrait of a man consumed by a twisted obsession. Weber's arrest shed light on a sinister reality hidden in plain sight. His delusions of symbiosis with the building, his insidious manipulation of victims, and his perverse shrine of mementos exposed a predator who had preyed on the vulnerable, whispering promises of companionship from the shadows. As the trial unfolded, the extent of Weber's depravity became clear. His chilling calmness in the face of damning evidence, his cryptic warnings of voices that lingered beyond his incarceration, all pointed to a mind unhinged by a dark communion with the very structure that bore witness to his crimes. The verdict, swift and unanimous, offered a semblance of closure to those haunted by Weber's legacy. Yet the building itself retained its silent vigil, its walls echoing with the phantom whispers of a presence that refused to be silenced. Today, the once vacant apartment building stands as a monument to the unspeakable horrors that unfolded within its confines. Despite efforts to erase the past, new residents find themselves ensnared in a web of eerie occurrences, mysterious sounds from the vents, chilling whispers that seem to emanate from the very walls themselves. The building's aging infrastructure continues to groan and rattle, a symphony of echoes from a past tainted by darkness. And as night falls and the world drifts into dreams, those who dare to listen closely may catch a faint murmur carried on the wind, a voice from the shadows, a reminder that some secrets are bound to linger, whispering their truths to those willing to hear. Story 24. The old Polaroid held within its fading hues a snapshot of a birthday celebration long past, with smiling faces and flickering candles, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. However, when the daughter inherited the box of aged photos, a chilling discovery awaited her. In the background of each picture, a mysterious figure lurked, gradually moving closer to the group with each passing photo. A man, shrouded in shadow, stood just beyond the glow of the festive candles, a presence unnoticed by the family members captured in the frames. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this unsettling collection while clearing out her late mother's attic after the funeral. Inside a simple cardboard box labeled Memories lay a treasure trove of nostalgia, yet it quickly turned into the starting point of a haunting ordeal. In the initial photo, the figure was barely discernible, a dark silhouette lingering at the edge of the frame during Sarah's 7th birthday celebration. As the series progressed, he ominously crept closer, his presence growing more pronounced in each snapshot. Alarmed by this inexplicable phenomenon, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering with unease. "Dad, do you know who this man is in the background of all these photos?" A stunned silence followed, then a sharp inhale before her father responded, "What man? There shouldn't be anyone there except family." Perplexed and disturbed, Sarah captured digital images of the Polaroids and shared them with her father, who, upon seeing them, was visibly shaken by the sight of the mysterious figure haunting their cherished memories. Detective Marcus Reed attentively examined the photos spread out on his desk in the dimly lit precinct, the patter of rain against the windows creating a soothing backdrop. His experienced gaze moved methodically from one photograph to the next, a sense of intrigue creeping into his demeanor. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice neutral yet intrigued by the eerie progression captured in the images. Sarah affirmed that no one had acknowledged the man's presence, prompting the detective to scrutinize the sequence closely. As the photos revealed a chilling narrative of the figure inching closer to the unsuspecting children in each frame, Detective Reed's initial skepticism wavered, replaced by a growing sense of urgency. The realization that the man had skillfully evaded notice while encroaching upon the celebratory scenes set the stage for a baffling investigation. Despite Sarah's reassurance that her mother had been the sole photographer, the shadowy figure's calculated movements remained inexplicable, hinting at a sinister purpose behind his clandestine appearances. The detective's inquiries led to a dead end as no attendee recalled the mysterious man, and technological aids failed to unmask his identity. However, a breakthrough emerged when Sarah uncovered similar figures in other family albums, spanning different occasions and years. With the aid of a computer specialist, hidden details within the images surfaced, offering glimpses of a sinister past intertwined with the man's elusive presence. Through meticulous analysis, dental records tied the enigmatic figure to Robert Keller, a missing maintenance worker linked to unresolved child abductions from years gone by. Keller's connection to the rental property where Sarah's birthday had taken place raised chilling possibilities, prompting authorities to delve deeper into his dark history. Subsequent searches unearthed harrowing evidence buried beneath Keller's former residence, connecting him to the disappearances that had haunted families for decades. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos that had unraveled a web of concealed horrors, Sarah received a call from the detective confirming a grim discovery. Remains found near one of the vacation properties had been identified through DNA analysis as one of the missing children. Staring at the final birthday photo, Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine as the figure in the shadows seemed to loom closer, a silent observer of past joys turned nightmares. The revelation of Keller's sinister deeds brought closure to long-grieving families, shedding light on the hidden threats that lurked behind seemingly innocent celebrations. As Sarah carefully returned the damning photos to their box, she contemplated the chilling truth that some dangers, captured in images but unseen by the naked eye, could move undetected through moments frozen in time, leaving only a haunting legacy of pain and loss in their wake. Story 25. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in an unassuming envelope, holding secrets that would disturb the peaceful facade of the community. The key, weathered and solitary, bore no markings of its origin, yet its presence stirred a sense of familiarity in the homeowner, Sarah Miller. As Sarah tried the key in every lock she owned, a haunting silence met her efforts. None yielded to its touch, signaling that this key belonged to a realm beyond her own. However, when she placed it on her coffee table, a ghostly chime echoed through the hallway from the broken grandfather clock, its ancient voice speaking of mysteries long forgotten. Alarmed by this spectral occurrence, Sarah turned to the authorities, sharing the strange tale that had intruded upon her life. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer accepted the key as a trivial piece of evidence, unaware of the darkness it would unveil. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition for the sinister, inherited the case that morning, the brass key resting ominously on his desk. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life untouched by criminality, a retired teacher with a quiet existence shattered by the arrival of the enigmatic key. Forensic examinations yielded no fingerprints but Sarah's on the key, the envelope offering no clues except for a generic postmark. The key itself, a common schlage, carried a history unknown to Sarah, but whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unraveled. A breakthrough emerged when Harmon delved into the key's unique pattern, connecting it to a cold case from years past that bore the mark of unspeakable horrors. An identical key had unlocked a chamber of nightmares, where blood-stained memories and vanished souls lingered in the shadows. As the investigation unfolded, the trail led to Harold Jenkins, a phantom of a man who had slipped through the cracks of society, leaving behind a legacy of terror. Jenkins, a neighbor of Sarah's, had woven a web of deceit and darkness, his actions veiled in a cloak of normalcy. The search for Jenkins intensified, revealing a macabre collection of keys in a hidden chamber beneath his mother's cabin, each one a damning testament to lives lost and forgotten. The true extent of his atrocities came to light as bodies were unearthed, their stories woven into a tapestry of horror. A nationwide manhunt ensued, culminating in a final confrontation with Jenkins, a man consumed by his own malevolence. In his wake, a journal spoke of twisted obsessions and a legacy of suffering, each entry a chilling reminder of the darkness that had touched so many lives. As the community grappled with the revelation of a monster in their midst, Sarah found herself forever changed by the brush of evil that had grazed her life. The clock's hollow chime echoed in her memory, a reminder of the watchful eyes that had observed her every move. The case of the Keymaster, as Jenkins came to be known, stands as a stark warning of the monsters that dwell in plain sight, their true nature hidden behind masks of normalcy. And in the silence of an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys stands as a silent testament to the lives lost and the darkness that lingers in the shadows, waiting to be unlocked by those brave enough to confront the truth. Story 26. In a quiet suburb under the soft morning light, a mysterious package appeared on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a simple cardboard box, slightly damp from dew. It wasn't meant for her, the name on it was wrong, but the address was right. Curiosity tugged at her, urging her to uncover the secrets within. She hesitated, knowing she should ignore it, leave it be. But the pull of the unknown was too strong to resist. With a sense of unease mingling with intrigue, Sarah tore open the box, expecting mundane contents. To her surprise, nestled inside was a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a cryptic note that simply read, "Watch alone." The weight of the black plastic cassette in her hands felt off, as if it carried a hidden significance, a forbidden truth waiting to be revealed. Sarah's fingers traced the worn edges, feeling the imperfections etched into the plastic. The note, bearing urgent handwriting, hinted at a story untold, a message meant for her ears only. As she stood in her kitchen, the outside world continued its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower. Unaware of the enigma that had just crossed her threshold, Sarah brought the package inside, setting it down on her counter. Doubt crept in as she examined the name on the box, Daniel Woodacre, a stranger to her, a name that held no significance in her 4 years of residence. Despite the warning signs, Sarah's curiosity propelled her forward. She glanced at her old VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust. The mysterious tape beckoned to her, promising a glimpse into a hidden narrative. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape, and the screen flickered to life with static that slowly coalesced into a dimly lit room. A man identified as Daniel Woodacre appeared on the screen, his weary face illuminated by a solitary lamp. His voice, tinged with urgency, revealed a tale of innocence betrayed, of a life upended by false accusations. Sarah listened intently as Whitaker's words painted a picture of deception and manipulation, of a sinister plot to frame him for a crime he did not commit. Meanwhile, Detective Eliza Ramirez, tasked with unraveling the truth behind the enigmatic tapes, found herself drawn into a web of deceit and corruption. The case of Catherine Walsh's murder took an unexpected turn as whispers of corporate malfeasance and whistleblower retaliation surfaced. Ramirez delved deeper, uncovering a sinister conspiracy that threatened to shake the foundations of justice. Sarah's involvement deepened with the arrival of a second package, containing incriminating documents that exposed a corporate cover-up of catastrophic proportions. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, leading Ramirez and Sarah on a trail of breadcrumbs left by Whitaker himself, a man caught in the crosshairs of a powerful entity desperate to conceal its sins. Through perseverance and sharp intuition, Sarah and Ramirez unearthed the truth hidden in plain sight, culminating in the discovery of irrefutable evidence within a forgotten storage unit. The dark machinations of PharmaCorp's executives were laid bare, their crimes exposed to the light of justice. As the dust settled and the wheels of justice turned inexorably forward, Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a man vindicated by the unwavering pursuit of truth. Standing on Sarah's porch, he reflected on the strange twists of fate that had brought them together. In the quiet aftermath, as the VHS tapes were catalogued as artifacts of a bygone era, Sarah and Whitaker shared a moment of silent understanding. The wrong address had led them to the right path, illuminating the thin line between truth and deception in a world shrouded in shadows. And so, the mystery of the unmarked package served as a reminder that sometimes the most profound revelations come in unexpected forms, waiting for a curious soul to unravel their secrets and bring light to the darkness. Story 27. In the stillness of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the void. Static whispers and muffled secrets danced in the air. The operator hesitated, almost dismissing the call, until a voice sliced through the chaos. A woman, her words frantic and hushed, gasped, "He's here." He then, silence engulfed the line, leaving only a chilling void in its wake. The number traced back to an empty house, a relic of solitude abandoned for years. No traces of intrusion lingered, no disturbances disrupted the eerie calm. Yet in the kitchen veiled in dust, a phone rested upon the counter, its screen aglow with an otherworldly light. The call had been placed mere moments ago, a ghostly echo from the past. Detective Morgan Reed, haunted by the enigmatic whisper, replayed the message for the 5th time. The voice lingered in the shadows of her mind, desperate, terrified, and unreal. The property, once belonging to the Sullivan family, stood as a testament to a past consumed by flames in a house fire that devoured the West Wing. Since their departure, no soul had dared to dwell within those forsaken walls. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation pierced the silence, registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, deceased in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. A shroud of perplexity veiled the case, a deceased woman's phone summoning echoes from a desolate abode. The countertop bore witness to a disturbance, solely beneath the phone's resting place, as if it had manifested from the ether. The forensic team delved into the mysteries, uncovering no tangible leads. The device bore no fingerprints save for elusive smudges that defied identification. No footprints trailed to or from the house, windows remained sealed, doors locked tight, an enigma cloaked in silence. The recording emerged as the focal point of their inquiry, 11 seconds of static, breath, and 5 haunting words. Voice analysis unveiled a spectral truth, resonating with Catherine Sullivan's voice from bygone recordings with a certainty of 98%. The timestamp bore a chilling revelation. The call coincided with Catherine's demise down to the precise moment, 3 years in the past. Morgan and Walsh delved into the depths of Catherine's life, unraveling the threads of her existence. Her father, now remarried, stood bewildered by the spectral call. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled upon hearing the whisper. "That's my Katie," she murmured, her voice trembling with sorrow. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her passing, provided an alibi for the night of the call. He toiled through a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by witnesses and surveillance footage. The riddle deepened, the call defying logic and reason. The investigation stagnated until a call from Catherine's mother breathed life into the shadows of uncertainty. "I unearthed something in her belongings," she quivered. "Katie kept a diary, the final entry. You must see this." Within the journal lay a tapestry of emotions, woven with meticulous care. The narrative unfurled Catherine's relationship with Mark, a tale of love soured by control, isolation, and fear. The concluding entry bore a chilling prophecy. "He's aware of my departure. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it shan't be by chance." Morgan confronted Mark anew, his facade crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. "You believe I harmed Katie due to her words in that journal? Mere conjecture," he spat. "The accident report places you at the scene before emergency responders," Morgan countered. "How did you divine her location?" His pallor paled, defiance faltering. "I feared for her well-being. I sought her out." Investigators revisited the crash site, unearthing truths buried beneath layers of deceit. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled a hidden secret: Catherine's true phone, buried 20 feet from the wreckage. Forensic scrutiny unearthed deleted texts exchanged between Catherine and her sister on the night of her demise. "Mark is tailing me. He's driving me off the road." The pieces fell into place, a mosaic of deception and tragedy. The medical examiner revisited Catherine's autopsy, uncovering wounds incongruous with a mere vehicular accident. Defensive lacerations adorned her hands, bruises whispered of a sinister struggle, a tale of suffocation etched upon her flesh. Upon the brink of Mark's arrest, the officers found his sanctuary barren, save for relics of obsession, a shrine to Catherine, pilfered mementos, and a trail of infamy. Amongst his trove lay tools of manipulation and audio software and scripts detailing the orchestration of the spectral call, a macabre charade to deceive the grieving and the just. The manhunt unfurled, unraveling the veils of darkness cloaking Mark's past. A sinister tapestry unfurled: 2 more young women, their deaths shrouded in ambiguity, their ties to Mark woven in malice. The scales of justice tipped, the truth awaiting its reckoning. 6 days of pursuit culminated in a chilling discovery: Mark's presence at the Sullivan house, a harbinger of justice. Within those walls he sat transfixed, his gaze fixated upon a phone akin to Catherine's. Surrender came without protest, his words tinged with a semblance of remorse. "She refused to be silenced," he murmured to Morgan during interrogation. "Even in death her voice resonated, accusing me. I needed her heard, a specter haunting the living. A phantom bears no testimony against the living." The trial unfolded, a swift denouement to a saga of horror and deception. The jury's verdict rang clear: Mark, guilty of first-degree murder. Catherine's mother clasped the journal to her chest, a bittersweet solace in the storm. Justice had found its mark, not in ethereal whispers, but in the resolute echoes of Catherine's truth. The phone, once a conduit of spectral echoes, now lay dormant in the evidence vault. Yet whispers lingered amongst the officers, a phantom ring echoing in the corridors of remembrance. Catherine's tale endured not as a ghostly fable, but as a testament to resilience, a testament to voices that persist, even in the silence of the night.